Hello, everybody. Welcome back to some idle chatter.
Renzo thanks his sidekick.
Jules, thank you for 3 months. Much appreciated. We're back on the new account. Somehow, I did all of my trials days, and yet I forgot to claim a reward on this day and do the thing here. I don't understand, but whatever. Simulating missing a day. Whatever. Yeah, Ishii. Still climbing. We got 0 stacks. That's good. 230 average item levels since we started. I did set up my time gate. Yeah. We're going to do that first. Oh, yeah. Hello, Buddy Shakira, Moses, Sergeant, J-Dog, Jules. Hello. Coming soon. Look, it's a vault. Some kind. That's got to be a skin vault, right? Because that's a wardrobe, right? Doesn't that look like a wardrobe? I don't know. So I chose Kent for my time gate. I had Kent available, I had Celise available, and I had Caddy Bree available. I already have Caddy Bree. And I already had like 4 or 5 champions in seat 12, so I went with Kent since I, flesh out something a little extra. We'll do Kent's time gate. We need to do trials run. We got like, a few hours to do that. We just might as well get it done right now. Might as well start with that, right? Well, no. Well, no, we'll do the time gate. Well, no. Let's do the time gate. So for any of you coming in hot off the in-game pop-up, I have a time gate available like for 3 days because I just opened it like half an hour ago. Yeah. Like squared off. I don't know what that means. What'd you say to me? Oh gosh, I'm in the wrong. You know what? I'm in the wrong adventure. Oh my bear. No, then that just happened to work out that way. That doesn't. It does what it's gonna do. I get up and do what I'm gonna do. It gets up and does what it's gonna do. Phrasing. Come on. I just switched the frickin' parties. Ugh, good lord. Why? You were working just fine. The new epic bug? Jeez. Save me. Great. Then it would take it good. Yeah, it's not supposed to do that. Definitely not supposed to do that. I was enjoying the other bug where even when you look at the oh no, which one am I in the right one now? I am, okay. Well, for when you look at the patch notes but then you restart a mission and then it just makes the exclamation point come up again. It's like, and by enjoying that, I mean I didn't enjoy that at all this week. At all. Okay. Here we go. Luna Ray, Cryptic Dog, thank you for the follows. Let's get this time gate going. Ah. Hello, Stashin John? Jiminani, hello. Any bug where Gale refuses to buff properly when pulling him from another party? Oh. Interesting. I would submit that ticket too. Let's do the time gate again. Yeah, I don't know how many people are going to get that reference. But we'll make it. We'll make it. All right. I don't want to be in this time gate too long. And you know what I need to do to determine how long I'm going to be in this time gate? You come over here. We're at 175. Okay, so I am going to be in this time gate a little while. So let's say a half an hour. There we go. They're really proud of their patch notes. I'm not. Fixes an upcoming functionality. What? Oh, it's because they added tech to support stuff. That's what they're talking about. I don't know. I swear they fixed some of these things before, and it must have broken again. So, whatever. Whatever. Started playing recent Living Guides. I'm glad you like them. I hope they're helping. That's what they're there for. I made the mistake of reading the comments over the weekend. By the comments, I don't mean in the guides. I mean like in the Discord. I really shouldn't have. In the official Discord. I was like, I'm gonna go play some Deep Rock Galactic Survivor now and kill some bugs. Why doesn't Calyx's supposed damage increase when in front show as base DPS increase? Because base DPS is a lie, Zerono, and you shouldn't use it. And you shouldn't use it. Yeah, that's why. That's why. The only number that matters when trying to determine. Well, there's two numbers that matter. Make sure I do this, otherwise people in the official Discord will yell at me. Your bud and your area number up here are the only two numbers that matter for determining how good your party is. So this number right here and whatever number you're getting to up here are linked. Do not use anything that shows up here. Just no, bad. I love that feature. It's totally gonna crash my OBS later though. Yeah. So, you know. It's just bud isn't valid. Or not, bud is valid. Base DPS is not a valid number to use to determine anything, so you shouldn't be basing any decisions off of it whatsoever. I know that doesn't make sense, but believe me, functionally it makes a lot of sense. Verkopa, thank you for the follow. We're going to continue because I want favor from this so that my next run is easier. I mean, this one was pretty easy, to be honest. We've got a lot of power in this account now, but you know, I want easier. Yeah, Moses, I was saying it looks like a wardrobe or armoire, so I'm figuring it's a skin vault. A misguided soul read the gem farming 101 and thought Roots of Loomlurch was the in-game gem farm location. I mean, it is for a non-Briv gem farm, I would say. I haven't heard somebody say there's something better. But if you're doing Briv, it's a whole different thing. I mean, well, there are more options. More options. Got Presto from a natural time gate, who I wanted anyways, but Scavenge is super, super slow. Yeah, he's like our friend Sheila over here, who just, I don't know, doesn't pick up much, it feels like. It's kind of a low, like the trigger percentage is fine. The amount they pick up feels low compared to the cap is what it comes off as. Whereas Diana seems to fly through her pickups. Rara, the guys have really helped you. Awesome. As long as they're helping people. Where can I farm dragons except a time gate? Any free play. I mean, any free for the emergence event. The way the emergence events works is literally it says dragons will arrive in free play adventures. So any free play anywhere will have dragons. Are there also places where there might spawn dragons alongside that? Sure, but I don't know. I don't necessarily try to memorize those. I'll just do a free play. I will TLDR that again when we get back from the ad break. When we get back from the ad break, still trying to figure out how I want to do this. This is weird. All right, fine. I don't know how much I'll actually use Kent, but we'll go a few hundred areas for some silvers because I don't have a ton of electrons. Probably also talk about the fact that they gave away more champions. Now I gotta gear them up too. We're almost back from the break. We'll do that then. Hey, new giveaway in the official Discord. Huh. New giveaway in the official Discord is a Mind Flayer Paulson skin and feet pack, which interesting choice. And then a Mind Flayer Minthara skin and feet pack. Or Pepper the Baby Black Dragon. Do we have Assault the Baby White Dragon? I don't know. Okay, TLDR, because I kind of said this right at the end. Free plays, any free play is going to give you dragons. I tend to just get them all done in dragons, but there's probably some adventure out there you could specifically go to that would have more dragons in. I don't know what that is off the top of my head. I would have to look it up just like you. You can just Google like adventures with dragons idol champions, and they'll probably take you to a wiki that has it. I don't know. Jam's got a question. What should I do? I reached the end game. Oh, whatever you want to do. All the remaining variants are either bomb a wall or are timed. So your late game / end game. I do Tiamat daily for legendaries. Yeah, it's my only option to set up a gem farm to get more power. But basically, I mean, if you can't, like between legendaries are one form, and then gem farming is another to be able to get you the power to finish any remaining variants. Also, supercharging your Modron cores, but that's once a week you grab some chests from the patron shop, right? That's slow. Like you're into the weekly. I've got weekly things to do, and that's where your progress comes from, other than gem farming. Smelter, how do you shrink the bottom bar to see all the heroes without scrolling? There's a setting for that somewhere. Display? No, interface. Narrow bench boxes. Right here. Under interface, under settings. You can also swap between console UI and OG portraits. Show all bench seats, so even if you don't have the gold for the champion, they just show up no matter what, which is nice. Oh, you know what? There's a new setting I want to switch to. Where is it? Oh, yeah. Show champion item level on bench. Show champion item on the swap. Good. That's what I wanted. Nice. Nice. Awesome. That's what I wanted. That's the default. That's good. That was a new change. Maddie, could you maybe give a recommendation on what to buy in the Thayan Enclave? Froggies. Froggies, the pigments. 142K and just unlocked the second party a couple days ago. Thanks in advance. Yeah. Froggies. So, yeah, I haven't spent any of mine yet either. But Marvelous Support Pigments are the best guaranteed damage boost. So you get, it's 200%. You put it on, it can only go on epic equipment, but even if you don't have a lot of that yet, you still buy into Froggies usually. Because it's a triple damage for each Froggy in your party. And you can have up to 6 on each champion, right? If you have 6 pieces of epic, if all of their gear is epic, you can have 6 of them on a single champion. So it can stack up quick. They're just hard to come by. This is really the primary place you get them. Golden epics are hit or miss. Like, this is a golden epic for Evergreen champion, Rhea. I am not interested. This one's for ultimate attack damage for Grim. I wouldn't be interested. This is another golden epic for another Evergreen. I wouldn't be interested. This is from the old batch. This is health for Eric. Honestly, I feel like that doesn't help him. You would think health, golden epic health item would help him stay alive, but it doesn't really. He's just really squishy. Skins. I mean, if you like the skins, grab the skins. Like on my main account, I like getting skins from here. But you know, I also have tons of power on my main account, so it's not as big of a deal. Smelter and Zayton, thank you for the follows. But you know, you do you. I definitely got these 2 skins on my main account. I don't know that I care about any of these for this account. This is, you know, just an alt account, but I tend to target, you know, things that are gonna help me progress. Feats are, you know, small, really small amounts of progress, like 120%. If I was a Grim DPS, I might consider it, but a Froggy is still more power, right? At 200%. This changes the functionality of Grim. Sometimes functionality changes can be huge. So this has the potential depending on who you're using with them. This is a buff, like a very specific buff for Spurt. We're going to talk about Spurt in a bit. This is like Constitution for Bobby. I don't even have Bobby. I don't even have Eric, so you know none of this stuff matters. But if I did, for Cass, like if I was a Cass main, I'd consider this one, right? And you know, Shadowheart. Look, this is for Shadowheart. This is actually good for patron stuff. So if you're usually using Shadowheart everywhere, then this would be a good functionality change for her. I did pick up. I did on this account pick up the one for Miria, which was health. Because Miria boosting Miria's health is a big deal. That's why I'm down some things. But for the rest of these, I'm just gonna be doing this. Give me my Froggies. And then I'll figure out where to put them. But Miria's health feat. Oh, I gotta level her up too. Miria's heavily armored feat is great. Just because of the way Miria works and the way she kind of increases her health pool, it does tons of work. Okay, hold on. Let me. Still not done with these potions yet. I don't think. Let me just level everybody up here. We might pull more levels than I thought. This account got so strong now. It's shocking. Oh my god. We got 20 more minutes. I should have just done 15 minutes. Fabiel, thank you for the follow. I'm underestimating the power of this account. When I come back from weekends, I've forgotten. Kester, I'm looking at opening a time gate to get another champion. Okay. I'm unsure if I improve my gem farm or if I increase my power. Deacon, Humon, Briv, Aliwick, and Malf. Champs in 256 for split the party 2. So we come over here. 2 could get you either Whittle or Lae'zel. Both can do both things. They can both help with power, depending on who else you're using in those slots. 5 would be like maybe Calyx for speed, because your gem farm isn't, unless you have a 4 jump. I mean, is your Briv a 4 jump Briv? Or a 2 jump Briv? Like if you haven't bumped your Briv up multiple jumps, then like Calyx is gonna be better for speed to start, and then 6 is like Shandy. Shandy is, I love Shandy. I grabbed Shandy right away. Shandy's great for speed. He's also pushing champion. Now, but the thing is, when you get a champion out of a time gate, they're not gonna have super strong gear. So that's why I tend to lean towards speed champions out of time gates. If I can get one. Because it's just, you know, tends to work a little better. Yeah, thank you for Nora. Thank you for putting that code in. Vi and Spurt 2025. So they gave us Spurt. Look, I got Spurt here. And Vi over here. And I've now got a speed champion in 12. And like a few chests for each. So hey, it came off of the social medias. Kind of a goodbye post to Chris Perkins and Jeremy Crawford, who both retired from Wizards of the Coast this year. These are their characters. Selma, new player here. Is it okay that I'm using Grim as a main DPS? Absolutely. Yeah. You can, yeah, I mean, when you're starting off, you can use just about anybody. Foxus, thank you for the follow. So yeah, you're fine. Is there an easier way to see the DPS under the character? Don't. Pain in some formations to read. Yeah, this is the only one that matters. Again, I'm gonna beat this dead horse. This is the only number that matters. All the others are kind of pointless to look at. I mean, it's not even. It isn't really matching up with what's under Ishii's feet, so I wouldn't even look under their feet. Wouldn't even look under their feet. In a time gate, sometimes I get hero specific chests, but sometimes just normal silver chests. Is there any reason for this? Jumanani, yes. So in a time gate like I'm in now, the first time you go past every 100 areas, so area 100, area 200, area 300, etc. The first time you pass it, you will get straight into your inventory a named silver chest for a champion. So I've got 3 silver Kent chests at the bottom of that list. Now that is for the 100 area breakpoints. That is only in a time gate. It is nowhere else in the game. However, there are rules for bosses. Bosses in general, everywhere in the game, have a chance to drop regular silver chests. So you're seeing the combination of just regular silver chests drop off any boss in the game. And time gates every 100 areas give you named silver chests for that champion. Dick Santa, thank you for the follow. How's my game progressing so fast? Combination of speed champions and speed potions. So I've got a really strong speed bonus going on, making things move faster. Oh no, we deaded at 400. You know what? Do I want to go further? How many silver or electrums do I have? 15. Okay, well, you know what? I will try to go for nope. Level up the champion? Nope, that ain't helping. Putting some of this gold I've earned into champions is probably gonna help. Yeah, there we go. Imagine that, folks. Leveling up your champions as you progress helps. Look, I'm just still shocked we flew this far on the speed group, so I will leave. Yeah, he can stay up there. I assume Kent's time gate marker for his buff is for time gates in general and not per time gate show. Correct. Just like the one for events is for all events total. Yeah. One thing I don't like about all the free champs they've given out is I ran out of Electrums really fast. Yeah. 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 I get it. But hey, new free champions. I'm a new player. Plan to buy the frog boost. Yeah, the froggies. With the dragon gems. With the corrupted gems, yes. Do you think it's a good deal for a new player? Yeah, it's the best thing to buy. Stay away from oh, I didn't even mention the chests at the bottom. Don't buy the chests. If you've done any of these kind of like things that are maybe not so great, it's okay. You know, you can buy. Honestly, you can spend the in-game currencies and your own currency on whatever you want. I ain't gonna get mad at you. And if someone does, you probably shouldn't listen to their opinion anyway. But yeah, you know, there are definitely things that are better off, just progression-wise. But everything doesn't have to be about progression. Sometimes you could just be like, I just want that. And that's fine. That's fine. People are saying there's dragons in like a water deep. Willowwood. Okay. There you go. I don't know. I haven't looked. Oh, don't send people to Lighters or Ixis. That's too far. We're talking about I don't even know that a lot of new players are even have water deep open. So that's why I said just any free play. And don't pull a time gate to try to farm dragons, folks. Does the 2 con for Bobby matter for specific variants? I believe it qualifies him for Vajra's patron variant. Why are we falling backwards again? We just pushed too far. And this is a janky ass formation. And the layout's not great either. Yeah, I think that's what's going on. Just want to kind of get past 500 since we're almost there. Hey, Lazier. Am I ready for Zerial yet? No. She's 50 champions unlocked. Got everything else. But I'm only at 42 champions. I got your nose. Oh no! Thanks for the follow. Give me back. Not close after the fight. It's 42. We literally just qualified for Strahd. What are you talking about? Okay. Okay. So we unlocked Kent. Sorry, somebody was at the door and I'm trying to listen to the conversation. Half listen to the conversation. We unlocked Kent. We got a gold chest. Now for these, we're just racing to the end goal and then we're bouncing. I do not want to stick around for any of it. Really? All right. This way. Where now? Yeah, this maybe something around here like this. All right. There. And we'll throw like well, no, we can just click kill, I'm sure. Close enough. We only got to go to area 75, so this shouldn't be a big deal. Should be able to get there pretty quickly. I will get back to chat in just a second, folks. Hold on. While I can walk and chew gum at the same time, that is easier than leveling all these up. and talking at the same time. I don't know why. I don't know why. It just is. Oh my god. Lawn people are here. That must have been what it was. All right. Wondering if I should use the silver chest to equip up from my time gate and burn the electrums for the 3 empty slots on Buy and Spur. I mean, you're just gonna have to slowly work on. I mean, I'm gonna pop all these electrums now that I've unlocked Kent, and yeah, I've got to spread them out across multiple champions. But it is what it is. Is gold you spend on champions less than the gold earned for favor and adventure? No, I don't believe so. No, because you're earning overall favor. It just ticks up. It never ticks down. Which potions are good to break down to make speed potions? Non-speed potions. Could go to. Oh, God. It's gonna get really loud. I don't think chat's gonna hear it, but non-speed potions. Now I'll burn some of the smaller ones. I leave like 5 of these lower ones for like champ damage and health and click damage. I tend to keep the gold finds for deep favor pushes, but I probably have too many of all of these now. Yeah, and then I just make speed potions. What do you think about the golden epic for Rhea? I don't. I don't care about it. So that's all I have to say. I have a Discord that lists the chess codes? No. That's the official Discord does that. I don't. But the official Idle Champions Discord has a combination channel that lists all those codes. Anybody have issues with switching groups? Yes. Yes. I got stuck on that and had to restart. Apparently it's the whole thing. Okay, we finished that one. Look at that. But we spent our time on the first one, so we wouldn't have to spend our time on the others. Okay, can I move? Good. I can't move. I'm gonna be upset. That's fine. That's functional. So Kent is a DPS champion. He's also a support. Because this account I'm maining Ishii just for fun, because why not? I think she's neat. I think her rework was neat. That's what I want to do. And I like her scaling. I like her her kind of her item level efficiency. She just feeds herself. I like that. So we'll use Kent if we have restrictions and can't use Ishii and Harlock. Harlock would be the immediate fallback. All right, then we gotta go to 175. All right, back to catching up in chat. Zugi says, I made bad choices, my corrupted Jebs, and I knew they were bad. I enjoyed them. No regrets. Good. Look, the only bad decision, I feel like the only kind of bad decision is an uninformed decision. As long as I just try to give people information. Whatever decision you make with that, go for it. It's why I try not to be like, in my guides, I'm not like, oh, you need to pick these champions up first. Like, no, I give information on the champions. I let people make their own decisions. So, if you feel justified in your decision or you just enjoy it, that's all I care about. But if you come to me and you're like, man, I don't know why I'm not progressing quickly, and then you tell me about all the bad decisions that you knowingly made, I'm gonna call you out on it, right? Like, you knew you were making bad decisions, right? I explain how Thalora's speed feat works. Yeah, so Thalora gets her speed based off completing a certain number of areas, right? Every certain number of areas she can get a rush stack or something like that. I don't have her on this account, so I can't. Then I can look her up. So the feat reduces the number of basically reduces the number of areas you have to go to get her stacked up fully, which is, I mean, if you're doing deep pushes, doesn't matter, but if you're gem farming, kind of does, because it means that you can get her back to her full rush without having to go super far. I used 20k gems to buy Eric's Golden Epic health boost, so he's no longer a wet paper bag, just a paper bag. I mean, he might still be wet. I don't know. Maybe he's just not soaking wet. All I know is I put a shiny on his health item, and I've got like almost 2,000 average item levels on him. And he still felt like a wet paper bag, and it didn't feel like the golden was gonna change that much. How do I decide when to use gold for click damage instead of gold for champions? So the rule with click damage is that if the, like, not the damage amount, but if the level down here is equal to or greater than the level up there, arrow up here, then you can keep putting gold into click damage and it will keep killing pretty much instantly for you in most campaigns, most of the starting campaigns. The moment your area level starts becoming higher than your click damage level, stop putting gold into click damage and dump it all into upgrading champions, because at that point it's you've cleared the scaling, like, based on your favor, and that's going to be determined by your favor and wherever you are. Based on your favor, you can't keep supporting click damage. It's basically, the more favor you get, the easier you can race through starting areas. That's what click damage is for. You can also just choose to ignore click damage completely and use fire breath potions, but that just kind of depends on how many you have sitting around. And you don't gotta, like, at me for questions or ask multiple times, folks. You just gotta wait for me to get to them, because I'm not at the live part of chat. I'm scrolled way up, working my way down. Working my way down. If a golden wardrobe appeared at the top of my screen saying coming soon, do we know what this is? It's most likely a skin vault, which is basically, it's in 2 days it's going to open up and you'll get a chance to buy skins that are currently locked in the wild offer system. It's not going to be all skins. It'll be like a selection of skins, outfits, when we say skins. But my 24-hour speed boost, every potion was dismantled to get 11x speed. I mean, I'm still in my 24-hour speed boost. I don't know how. Hasn't it been? It's been at least a week, folks. I love this. I love this. These are super functional. I love it so much. All right, we're on an ad break. I'm gonna have a cookie. Cookie. Gotta look something up real quick. John asked me a question. I need to answer that question. All right, we're back. Savio, is there a trick to beating the first split the party with the quickly stronger getting enemies? I wouldn't call it a trick, but there's a strategy. It's outlined in my guide to split the party. People linked you right after that to my new player reference. But it's, you know, if you go to just Star Wars guides, there's a split the party guide. And you know, and there's an explanation about what's going on, and then down below there will be a walkthrough for Split the Party 1, and then there's a walkthrough for Split the Party 2, and then there's a walkthrough for Split the Party 3. So if you just want to walk through it one by one, and there's links to videos of it happening. So yeah, like the short version is use as few champions as you can to move through the 3 splits, but that's maybe oversimplifying. There's more information in that guide. You gold find potions are your friend. There's another, and speed potions. Yeah, but it's a slow. Otherwise, it's going to be a very long, slow grind. Yeah. Did they fix the epic problem with party resets? Did I answer this already? No, based off my experience earlier, they did not. Because I'm on Epic and it was doing that. Had to restart the game. Eric's kind of annoying since they make him look like he should tank. Well, he is a tank. They literally gave him the role. Try to swap him in for tanking for the gold find team and he just falls out. Yes, he has a wet paper bag. I don't understand. He has decent health. Honestly. He has decent health. But he has no real tanking abilities. And because he magnets all the ranged and magical attacks, he just takes a beating. I don't know. Design flaw. Design flaw. Ugh. Okay. Okay. That's not happening. Well, that'd piss everybody off if I did that. Hold on, folks. I got it. Something got canceled and now I've got to fill something in. Ow. Wow. You know what? Let's do it. Let's piss people off. Okay. Okay. Did the music stop? No, it just got soft. All right, and I've got a lawnmower outside my window, which is making it harder to hear. Okay, back to chat. Sorry, we had to quickly on the fly pivot for this weekend's tutorial. All right, so I did all 3 of these, and I went like 500 areas on one of them. So I'm just gonna leave because I don't care about the rest of this. Like I don't care about the favor. I don't need more. If I want more, I'll go grind in Tiamat. Phrasing? Grind in Avernus. Alright, now, so time gate, natural time gate, done. Oh, I've got enough pieces for a manual time gate. I may have to do one of those too. While I figure out what we're gonna do there, we're gonna do today's trials run. I have met my goal for every day without raising my my original damage contribution of 188. So let's get this party started. That? No, he wasn't in. She was. All right. Okay. Oh, I can just load this in here. Yeah. And then I'll have to hit the spec choices again. Okay. You have to have familiars on the field instead of hitting ultimates. No. They just click when they're on the field and they pick up items. So like they're picking up any loot right away. Like with 3 of them, they pick up loot right away. With 5 of them, they pick up loot right away and they pick up the boss bag right away. So it's like a miniature speed effect to let you move on to the next level quicker. But you don't have to do that. Again, make informed decisions. Understand like what benefits you're getting from the different places. On PC, if you hold down F, you can hover over any of the boxes and it explains what happens when you put things there. So we're gonna throw. How far do I have to go here? Area 200. Let's just do. Oh, I was gonna say 5 minutes of speed. Well, time to go make a 5-minute speed potion. There we go. I'm gonna do 5 minutes of speed and 5 minutes of fire breath. Oh, that bug never used to happen. Okay. Hey, Sargoto. I don't. It was Death Javu. I used that speed potion a long time ago. I think it's been a week. It might have been last Tuesday. I think it was last Tuesday because I was like, well, if it's 24 hours, then we'll be able. No, it might. I think it was even longer than that. I don't know. But it's got. You know, when I turn the client off and I'm not using that party, I don't think it's consuming any of the time, which is good. That's a bug in our favor. No. Kester, in the early to mid game, when getting a time gate champion, is it worth to push for the silver chest every 100 levels? As you saw, I had power to quickly go like 500 levels, but I think for me, what I recommend is just like I call it low hanging fruit, like whatever is easy to grab without a lot of work. I don't necessarily want to when I on a new player account, I don't want to put in like a ton of effort on time gates. I don't even like putting a ton of effort, to be honest, on my main account. So that's just kind of my personal choices. Can you guys hear that? I can't see chat anymore. That's a leaf blower. Usually the noise filter will pull that out, but it didn't look like it was at all. All right, I scrolled down in chat just to see if can I answer that question. Let me scroll back up. Because God, that was loud. So yeah, kind of do what you want with the time gates. Just understand that it's every 100 levels, but like we're only getting a silver chest, so how much is a silver chest worth it to you? Like, only you can determine that. Is there value in getting champions to level 1000 for achievements? Level 1000 for achievements? I don't know what. I guess I don't know what that means, Nimroa. I need a little more context to that question. Also, do some of you level only one champion instead of all of them equally? Generally, you want to level them all equally. Otherwise, why are they in the party? There is a thing that I call efficient spending, where if you're getting closer to your wall and you're really trying to push super far, you might prioritize leveling some champions at certain points over others to get them to upgrades, but usually you're leveling them all. Steel hydrate. The notary system get pushed? Not that I know of. If it was going to get pushed, it'd be on Wednesday, right? On patch day. I think they put in, might have put in tech to support it, but it's not live yet. What happens in Area 1 with Thalor and Briv in the party? Depends on how fast you level Briv up. Which, like, do you have double up arrows or do you have X100? It's super annoying. It just kind of depends. Like, does Thalora get, I mean, it's ultimately, it's does Thalora get an attack off before you move forward in the area? But they kind of compete. They can rush and jump at the same time. And it depends on how you have them leveling. There's a weird inconsistent interaction there that I don't think has ever been a priority for the devs to fix. In one of your streams, you mentioned champion starter packs, but could you suggest starter champions for the newbies? Speed. Yeah. If you don't have her, well, first up, Eliwick. She does one big thing everybody loves, and that's she can boost the amount of gems you get. So she's useful not just at the beginning of the game, but all through the game. Just you're really gem farmed or starved at the beginning of the game, whereas later on you'll have gem farms that can get you more, and then she just magnifies that too. But she also does something that a lot of people undervalue early on, and that's that she gives you more gold. That's huge early on when you're a low favor and you need to make gold. It's fantastic. It helps you get blessings quicker, etc., etc. Level up champions faster. It's huge. And her item that supports those two things also supports just her main buff. So she's kind of a really easy champion to go all in on early. The other one I like is Diana. If you don't have her, not only is she a speed champion whose speed effect works on every area, it's also really easy kind of overall subjectively to get to its cap and to be working like really quickly. Like I only had to put 150 average item levels on her, and then I dropped 2 feats on that support it, and she's now at her cap. Down here, it's the "We'll be right back." But she also scavenges Electrum chests, which early on, well, which always are a great thing, but early on they're super strong, and it can help you get geared up really, really well. So there's 2 champions out of like a 3x choose your champion pack, like I did here. The third one is either like, I really feel like it's your DPS of choice. On this account, I chose, and we're just going to turn off progress. I chose Ishii because I wanted to test out how well her winner take all works. Because basically, you see she's got 230 average item levels. I have not used a single blacksmithing contract on her, or opened up lots of specific chests for her. This is all this ability, making her more powerful over time. I like it. She's DPS. She's gold fine, so she's a good swap for the usual starting DPS, which is Jarlaxle. But you could pick other DPS to start the game with. Like I love Karlach. Other people like Cass. Some people like I don't know. There's lots of DPS in this game that you could choose. I mean, like Grim just came out. If you got him in the event, you just run him. Like it's fine. So you can either choose a DPS champion, or if you're fine with the DPS champions you have, then I would say go Shandy. Shandy would be the third. So 2 speed champions and a gem champion. Shandy speed doesn't need any itemization. So her, like you see, I've got average item level 6. That's fine. She does what I need her to do. She goes fast. That's what I need her to do. So yeah, I think, if you just want to pick up a really easy pack and then do whatever you want with DPS, Eliwick, top priority, then Diana, then Shandy. All right, so we got all 5 of our daily goals met so far. Creeping up, Tiamat's a little over halfway dead, and this is where people are panicking usually, because they're like, but there's only 2 days left. How are you going to finish her off? Trust me, it's going to happen. With the way the damage scales as you're going through here, and the way time works, we're going to get there. We're going to kill her before we run out of time. Cause math. Okay. I need... You know what? We're just going to hop in real quick. Because I need access to the champion search. We can do a time gate. Is there like a... our benches seats are all good, and I'm not trying to rush towards split the party 3. Because I really don't care about that magic core. So if I'm thinking about where I want to get supports, I want like speed champions and supports I want for Ishii. We have a Lindra. I want Whittle out of seat 2. So we're going to time gate Whittle as well, which is really I'm just going to have no Electrum chests whatsoever. Alphabetical. Whittle. Boom. All right. Which one did I get? 125. All right, that's fine. We're still probably I'm just going to do 15 minutes of potions this time, folks. 15 minutes of click damage, 15 minutes of speed, 15 minutes of gold find. Get some familiars out on the field. Away we go. And away we go. All right. Briv does not cancel Thalor's rush, but if Briv jumps before she attacks, then Thalor could rush off the next area, like the area Briv jumps to. Wait, hold on. Why is it important to maintain the specific damage contribution number in trials? Because I'm trying to do the 7-day achievement. So you have to limit your DPS. Yeah. It's math. Yeah. Normally, like next week, for trials. Let's just put it that way. In our in next week's trials run, I will be pushing harder on day one. I'll be trying to get the max possible damage I can on day one, instead of trying to hit a very specific number. A very specific number is to make it so that I can ramp up and get all 7-day daily goals, which is an achievement. And then I did it solo, so I'll get the highest contribution achievement. So this is just one of the rare times I chase achievements. Because normally I don't care. Normally I don't care. You know, I don't want Briv in. Why would Briv be in? Let's do this. Oh. Resurrect Hero of the Veil. Oh, that's why we fell back. Oh, he's a jerk. That's why we would need Briv in. God dang it. Fine. How dare you? How dare you get resurrected? Like, he didn't choose this life. This unlife, I should say. Alright. Alright. This sounded like... Is it next to you? Yeah, when the leaf blower... I mean, basically. It's maybe 6 feet that way on the other side of a window. And that window is not great for sound, as you heard. As you heard. I thought I had an achievement. So Nimro, if I had an achievement to get, or a quest to get Bruner to 1250, he has one specifically, but that's his specific thing. And you don't necessarily, so just let's talk achievements in general. Let me make sure I got some damage going on here. All right. So here's like the achievement page for all kinds of things like click kills, completing adventures, etc. There's also some specific ones for like event champions. Here's the one for regular champions, like level Bruin up to 500 is the one, right? So like your core and evergreen champions have like specific achievements, and you could chase them if you wanted, but you don't want to push yourself to try to get them. Like trying to grind out a bunch of gold from Makos's Dark Luck ability when you can't even really level him up very high, kind of a waste of time. So, you know, just coming back to it later at some point, dropping Makos in and letting him get some kills when you've got a lot of favor somewhere means you get it instantly without having to work at it. So, you know, there's considerations to take into account. So all of the ones you see here just happened on their own, like that I've completed. Could I go chase some of these others? Sure. Am I gonna? Nah. The achievement, well, like I'm what, 1300%. Even at max, I think it's around like EO 7%. And when you're new, that's nice, EO 7%. But when you're a late game account, it's just kind of garbage. I mean, you'll take whatever bonuses you can get, blah blah blah, but like it's not something you necessarily just go like try to work hard on, other than for completionism. And I highly recommend just kind of leaving the completionism for later when you have more power and more understanding of how to get those achievements easily. Because early on, they're not going to happen easily. They'll happen, but it's, you know, going to take a bit. So don't necessarily worry too much about those. They will happen. Most of them are going to happen on their own, and you can chase them later. Cover the rest of them later. And I know that this active task dialogue will sometimes like try to push you to do stuff. Look, I have it in the settings to not ever show me this window for a reason. We tried using it on this account this run, and I at no point did I go to that dialogue and go, oh yeah, it's actually sending me in the right direction. No point. So I just turned the setting off. I don't have to see it anymore. Let's do this one. In case he triggers a jump. Does he have any stacks? No. Okay. Then he won't trigger a jump. That was a waste. Oh, pushed as in delayed. No, I don't think so. Nasty. I mean, they said they put the tech in to support it, so. Hey, Nathalis. Oh, is Diana available in the event? Well, but if you're new now, honestly, I don't know. I don't like waiting for things that weeks away. Or a week or more away. When you're new, that could be a lot of time. What is this team adventure? Is it late game? Oh no, it's Trials of Mount Tiamat. It's mid game. Kind of what I consider the mid game trigger. You do it from the mid game onwards, but it unlocks in the mid game. You do it with a group of people, but it's asynchronous multiplayer, which means you all do your own thing in your own time. You don't have to like try to all team up and do it. Like everybody does their contribution each day. And there is no way that there's no in-game chat, so you can't talk to people. Which, trust me, is a good thing, because once upon a time, the game did have in-game chat, and it was not okay. It was not okay. I think I can we get random Briv now? Be great. We're survivable enough on the front line now, right? Here we go. Alright, now I want to save this. Start. So, I'll load it up here. For the next one. Really is cool how the damage mounts so dramatic in the last couple of days in trials. Yeah. Yeah. Now I'm going to save some charts for flexing in the next event. Why would I? Null Persona. I get 2 a week, or I get 2 every 5 days off of bosses, and I have access to 3 patrons. So honestly, there's 1. There's 2. I've got 3 time gate pieces again. So I can give 5 a week. There's no reason for me. Once you're at 3 a week, there's no reason to hold on to them. When an event hasn't even started yet. Where did I click to receive the big sheet of champions? So down here on these swippy swappy buttons, you got to have a swap somewhere on your bench, which you can get immediately by opening the menu and signing up for the newsletter. But you click a swippy swappy button, and then that's this blue search button at the bottom right of the pop-up. And this is champion search. So if I reset, this will show every champion and every bench seat. You can scroll through it. And then you can filter in all kinds of ways. So I usually just filter to... Come on, mouse. I didn't down. There we go. I filter to owned. Just so I can see who I have where. Especially early on when I'm trying to get like 2 in every bench seat and then 3 in every bench seat. Now I don't care about that because we're good. You can save like filter settings. So I have like one that's for Corver Greens, which is the name for like Corn Evergreens. Like I'm chasing epics. So I'm trying to get full epic on this. Wait, that's not, didn't save. It should have done this with this. Save. Okay. So I'm trying to get full epic on this list. Yeah, which we're a ways from. Reminds me, what are our gems at? 13,000. Oh, we're on an ad break now. Oops. Time for another cookie now. All right. Buzan, do these different familiars have different effects, or do they all just click at the same speed? They all just click at the same speed. Yeah. Familiars are the exact same. It's just different appearances. But it's a form of automation that you need, you want a lot of it because that just makes everything easier. I was thinking Thalora's rush only started in Area 1. No. It's whenever she lands her first attack. It gets her first kill. So, yeah. Mm-hmm. Cookies. Nom nom nom. Hey, Shevik. Pretty sure the formation save function doesn't save the specific familiar and just places random available familiars when you load formation. Yeah, it has to. When it was originally in the game, I believe it did specific ones, but the problem is if you were already using them in another party, then it would just not load a familiar in. So they had to change the code so that it just loads stuff in. I think there's also a setting for randomly placing familiars as well, but yeah, it was just kind of a functionality fix. Like it, there are people that really want to lock in specific familiars to specific parties, but man, who knows what kind of fresh hell that would open up. And if it's anybody who didn't live through the prior experience of that not being the best situation, there's a downside. All right, so we got like 4 minutes left. I think we're going to try to hit like 400 on this one, at least, before we stop. Got the magic quarter level 15, which means absolutely nothing. Well, it means you got 14 Modron component chests. That's really the best part of it. But, I do want it. I just don't want it bad enough to put off building other stuff. Got Briv to 4 jump. Nice, Plume Bob. But the process of setting up an automated formation sounds deadly tedious. It is, yes. But it's worth the effort if you really want to unlock them dem gains. Dem gains. Hashtag dem gains. Oh, hell. Yeah. Okay. I have 13,000 gems. Here's the problem. I think therefore I am. No, I think we already got the 12.5k speed feats for people. I need to level up Vi to see what feats she has available. She will definitely go in a speed party. Oh, it's this one, though, right? So it doesn't matter. Yeah. It's her, I'm too old for this shit. Yeah. So it's not going to matter there. We'll check Whittle once we unlock Whittle. I guess we're going to 500. Good for us. Flew right past 400. Hated RT PvP? I don't know what that means. When I was playing Raid, Kraken Playgrounds. How's it going for you? so there's a bunch of different PvP things in Raid, and I just my biggest issue is when they link it to overall like progress for like mission quests and things. I hate that. Oh, real time PvP. Yeah. But the live arena thing that they added, up to like through the lower tiers, like anything before gold is kind of just honestly do what I'm doing right now, where I just kind of tell it to go and then you ignore it. And when you lose a certain number of times, then it places you against bots and you win. So you can climb by losing, which is just wonderful. But once you get to gold arena, actually, once you get to gold in live arena, it becomes a lot nicer because then there's rules for it where you can't use the same champion. You can't have the same champion in on both sides of the thing. You can only use a champion once, so you can't put multiple in your party. And if you pick it, the other person can't pick it. And then there's a ban, phase, right? Like we get to ban one of the champions they chose. And it just makes PvP there a lot more enjoyable. Because let me tell you, I mean, classic arena, I don't mind. It's fine. Like tag team arena is the bane of my existence. Oh my god, we got 5 gem cards. Maybe we're gonna go a little further on this one, folks. Maybe we push this one just a little further. But the tag team arena there is just the bane of my existence. I hate it. I don't know why they had to give it different rules than classic, but yeah, I really didn't want to do live PvP. And through the lower tiers, it is pretty garbage. But once you're in gold, I think it's a better experience. Should I use the shiny potion for now and wait for the wild offer, or just wait? I don't know. Oh, for 4-jump Briv, you shiny it. Like, yeah, shiny it. Because when you get the golden, it'll refund you the shiny. Like, it'll refund you a potion of polish. So, just, yeah, shiny it now so that your investment of item levels goes further, and then you'll get it back. You can hit 4-jump with shinies. You absolutely can. It's just a lot more item levels. You don't even need to use the site. I have it in my blog, in my guide post. God, I must say blog. I have it in my guide, my Briv guide. There's a table. It gives you all the breakdowns for ungilded, shiny, and golden. So. For a new game account and a shiny potion with a couple champs, what couple champs would you consider using it on? The first gilding should go on Eliwick if you have an Eliwick. Deck of Many Things card. This is slot 2. I mean, I had a golden available, so I picked up the golden version. Just that, it's a big deal. I did shiny Eliwick's Encrusted Band. That just gets her to her cap quicker. So again, I'm at 150 item levels. Otherwise, I would have had to put a lot more in her, and she's not going to be a pushing champion for me, so I didn't really want to put a lot more item levels into her. If you have Briv, it's his slot 4, Theodinax. If you have Human, it's their slot 4. Which here is his Rang's Rock Pile, but it'll turn into Rainbow Eggs at Epic. So those kind of speed items, and the gem item, that's Eliwick's gem item here. Those are the ones you want to target first. All right, we're just going to get out of here. Okay, and then we'll just race through. Fast as fast can be. You'll never catch me. All right. I'm leveling up. Classic PvP, I managed to gold 5. Yeah, I'm in gold 5. I've been in platinum on in the classic. I just had no desire to hang out in platinum. Too much work. I stay in gold 5. Do you think we'll ever see another full set of champions from an actual play, non-Wizards Close creator? It feels like they're moving away from that. Right? Like we haven't seen one in a while. And it's not like there aren't some good actual plays out there. There are. I watch a number of them. It just feels like maybe that's not their focus now. Yeah, it was weird. Wasn't it monastic that the spurt that Jeremy Crawford released or not Jeremy, Chris Perkins released a new D&D Beyond character sheet for is a female sorcerer instead of the male inventor like rogue that is currently in our game. I thought that was interesting. All right, Whittle, let's go throw some item levels onto Whittle so I can see her feats. Show me your feats, Whittle. Show me your feats. No, we want tasty friends for speed. And one's 50k and one's a gold chest. Yeah, so that doesn't help us. Prep now isn't the worst, but that's going to be for later. I don't want to pick it up now. Those are power. Like, hurry up now, and Vampiric Days are pushing feeds. So I don't. So, do I want to save up 50k feet, 50k gems for a feat? I mean, 12.5k for int would let us use them in Strahd, which wouldn't suck. But we need the 50k carefully balanced. I think I'm going to buy gold chests. I think I'm going to buy gold chests, honestly. All right, Strahd's test is the last one here. Oh, we can put in Whittle now. I'll put Whittle here. So Whittle's speed effect is boosted the more people they're surrounded by, kind of like Human's. If you're used to Human, then Whittle will make sense. But Whittles can be anywhere in the formation, whereas Human wants the front column or columns. So while Whittle does have an item like for her speed effect, it doesn't need as heavy of an investment as you might think, because of the fact that it's multiplied by the number of adjacencies. So I tend to, even on my main account, I don't think I put her very high. She's someone that I have to put more item levels into eventually, but I didn't feel like it was necessary immediately. All right, let's change this. All right, I need to pop these electrums and start gearing these champions up. It'll take 5 days to save. It'll take less than we've done the 50k run once already now, and it was less than 5 days. That's my rule for anybody who doesn't know, is if I have to wait longer than 5 days, I don't save up for it. Whittle's effect is uncapped? No. It's not. This is what people don't understand. The item is uncapped, but the effect is capped. It has a functional cap. It doesn't have a listed cap. I know that's confusing. Let me throw some more levels in here. So her speed effect is Tasty Friends. So champions affected by her vampiric gaze, which is anyone adjacent to her, look extra tasty to the enemies. Each affected champion increases the monster spawn speed by 10%, stacking additively. So right now we're at 60% because I have no gear. I have no gear, I have no feats. So we just get 10% times 6, so we're at 60%. There is no cap listed here. If there was gear here, there would be nothing listed as an item level cap. There should be, but there isn't. But what happens is you have to understand what enemy spawn speed is. And so enemy spawn speed is the time it takes an enemy to go from the area off the screen to the right, where that area is pointing, where they actually spawn in, to this area right here where they're dying instantly. So they basically move faster from point A to point B. That's all it does. And I say that's all it does, but that's actually a big thing. It speeds things up more than you might think. Now here's the thing, because this is a set of pixels going from point A to point B, and they are animated pixels. There is a fixed distance that they're traveling, and the functional cap is for it to go from point A to point B in one frame of animation. Because the game exists on lots of different platforms, and PCs, even if it's just PCs, one of your platforms, have lots of different capabilities, like power ratings, and you can change settings for like frames per second somewhere in here. Somewhere. Target frame rate. There's a potato at the low end. The functional cap can vary from person to person, like from system to system, setting to setting. So there's no way for them to say, well, this percentage or this item level is going to get you to the cap, because they really should have capped it like other champions. Like they've stated that their kind of goal is to not have their desired goal is to not have one champion be able to max out any given effect. Unfortunately, they've failed at that, because both Whittle and Melf are uncapped items. So they should have capped it at a fairly lower number that wouldn't let you get anywhere near a functional cap, so that you have to combine her with a Melf or a Deacon, or maybe both, to get to the cap. They did not do that. So while her item is uncapped, there is a functional cap. And as you get closer to that functional cap, diminishing returns on how effective the boost is. You know what I mean? She's a Whittle broken, yes. Yes, she is. She is a Whittle broken. Okay. So we did 2 time gates and we did a trials run. Now we go back to what we were doing, which is we were in hell. Literally and figuratively. No. We did all of Mert's efficient patron variants in hell, which gave us all of these perks, right? Did we just do a couple? Did we do all? Hold on, let's activate Mert. So we did the one up here. We did not do them all. Okay. We were trying to do them all. How do we got left? We did one. We only did one? Folks, I thought we did more than one. Never mind. We got so much left to earn. We got so much left to earn. This is great. Okay, so we should have done Raga Dragus Crew, and now we need Relentless Peril, which is here. Yes. Okay. So we just did one, and we got all out of one. That was from talking about Whittle. So 625 is where we're going. No restrictions, really. Away we go. Did it not? Oh, it did. Okay. Okay. There we go. We need to go 625 areas. That's going to be what, like 2 medium speed potions? We'll try 2 medium speed potions. But we're doing what I call efficient patron variants, which are basically patron variants that don't have a restriction on what champions you can use, but have a decently high area goal. And there's 6 of those in Avernus. This is the first place where on a new account I stop and actually work on patron stuff. So I'm going to open up Mert's perks again to show you how much I unlocked, and that was just one variant worth of progress. So let's go back over here. This was one variant worth of progress, basically. Now he is at 3 variants, but the others barely got it. The first 2 barely got him a couple things up here. So this was one efficient patron variant in Avernus. The others are going to add up, and we should be able to cap out tier 5. Can't remember if we get into tier 6 or not. And we're going to have tons we've already got tons of currency. Again, I just bought my time gate piece. Oh, I also need to buy my Modron chests. Oh, I don't have enough over here. Oh God. Okay. Well, we're going to be doing these this week. I got the time gate piece. We got Mert's Modron chest. We're good to go. The nice thing about this is we're also going to be getting some Mert challenge stuff done just by doing his stuff as well. So multiple avenues of progress all at one time. All at one time. Do you know anything about the upcoming event champions? We'll find out on Friday. No. No, we won't. Will we? Wait. Yes. This Friday should be a champion spotlight. Like for the new champion. I mean, we know what event's coming up. We can tell you what the old champions were. I don't think anything concrete has been mentioned. And then Death Javi said, no, it's Windfall. No, that's the Evergreen, not the event champion. People asked about event champions. The Evergreen is Windfall. It's in the bonuses, but that's an Evergreen. That's different. Yeah. Oh, and we don't know when Windfall's actually coming out. It's not, I don't think it's this Wednesday. I think they said the next Vecna is next month. So it won't be this week. Hail hydrate. Oh. Ah. Oh, bought a thing in the shop and it seems to have bugged. Restart your client? I don't know. Is this a visual bug? My patrons, Mert, Vajra, and Zerial say I have 466 variants. Like the total possible, or you've completed it? I don't know what the bug is. 466, 466, 467. So, I mean, it could be 466. I don't know. Could be a bug too. I don't know. I'm on the wrong account. Well, I haven't finished everything on my other account anyway. Maybe they went in and removed some things that they didn't think needed to be there for stuff. I don't know. I you know, at some point I'm going to do all that stuff on my main account and it won't matter. Okay, so 15,000 gems almost. We're going to get to 15,000. We're going to open a bunch of chests. I got to open all these chests in my inventory anyway. But we'll get 15,000 gems and then we'll do that. Because everything else is good. We're Gucci. Everything else is good. Yeah, when I get back on my main count, I will be grinding. I'll be working my way. Let's put a positive phrasing on that. Through all the Zerial stuff to boost to max Carlock's boost. For sure. What's the thingamajig coming in 2 days? It looks to be a wardrobe, which means it's probably a skin vault. So, a way to buy skins that are currently locked in wild offers. Monastic says those are the correct variant numbers for those patrons. There you go. Keep in mind, I mean, we just had some variants added to the game on last Wednesday, and we're probably going to get more added this Wednesday. So numbers are, you know, in flux. How disturbing is it to refer to it as a skin vault with no context? Very. Which is why it was also disturbing when Mars said on stream that he was a skin collector. That was years ago, and we've never forgotten, and we never will. Love you, Mars. They really should have called them outfits. But, you know. Game designers don't think about that stuff. Or appearances. Something other than skins, because, you know, just anybody who grew up with Silence of the Lambs just kind of flinches when you hear the term skin collector. Yeah. They should have switched to costumes when the costume party blessing came out. I would have been a great time to do it. Yeah. I would have. Absolutely. Yeah, there is a code for Vine Spirit. We've been talking about it. I'm on an ad break. Oh, well. But yeah, it's okay. It's great subscriber content. Subscribe to the channel now to hear. Well, that doesn't matter. Everybody's already subscribed that's listening to this. Oh, it's that time of the month where all my subscriptions fell off. Yeah, I was like, why is that? Weren't we really close to like 150? We were. It happens. All good. Yeah, so there's a code for buying Spurt we were talking about. Oh, I got my 15,000 gems. Okay, so I'm gonna do the thing that I recommend do. Well, yeah, because we got 30,000 for Juniper. I don't care yet. So give me 15,000 gems worth of chests. Yeah, I don't care about any of this stuff, right? No. Okay. I got a lot of chests here saved up, so let's just burn them all. This is just dupe item levels and consumables. Let's pay a little more attention to everything else we open though. Not a great. No, not great directives. And no really directives there. Okay. We got a Mert patron chest. We'll come back to that. Silver Whittle, Silver Kent. We're gonna open the Electrums first. We're gonna try to get kind of as much as we can for. You know what? We got lucky on those. Let's go ahead. I am gonna go ahead and pop this just because we have a very limited number of Electrums. I'm gonna do the silvers for these two first. That'll help a little bit on the distribution, but it's not going to be great. That was a Tasty Friends green. That's good. There's the I'm too old for this green for Vi. So we've got the speed effects going. We got the speed effects going. Good number of greens. There's Vampire Gaze green. Okay, good. Good. This went fairly well. Okay. Let's go take a look. So Spurt is missing. Spurt's missing stuff. I'm not opening Spurt's gold chests yet. Vi's missing a complete item as well. I'm not opening hers yet either. Whittle. Whittle is missing a single green. Yeah. Kent's missing 2. Yeah, I think we're waiting. So I'm not going to open their named gold chests yet. I'm going to wait on the Electrum. I mean, it could potentially just be 8 Electrums, which is like, you know, not that much. We'll wait on that. Okay. So, Orden Kingshield, new players are right and wrong time to open chests. Well, I mean, the answer, the short answer is no, just open them whenever you want. But the longer answer is it depends. Like, I'm trying to be a little more efficient with my gearing. I have a lot of champions, and so the ones that I just picked up that are a bit undergeared, I don't necessarily need to use them right away for pushing. I just want a couple of them for speed, and they'll be fine the way they are. So I can hold on to their chests. So I'm going to hold on to Vi, I'm going to hold on to Kent, and I'm going to hold on to Whittle for their chests. I will open them later. Oh, and Spurt. I'll open their chests later. What I will do is I'm going to be opening my gold chests, which, you know, you just open those. And the patron chests, I mean, honestly, it could end up going to some of these champions. I'm actually going to open those. Open one of those. Did we get one? Oh, Spurt and Kent both got greens. That's great. That actually is going to be helpful. A blue duped, unfortunately. That's the problem. Is if everybody isn't greens, you could get blue dupes. All right, let's open the gold chest now. So I mean, yes and no. For the most part, you're never going to make a mistake on opening chests that's going to screw your game over. Game doesn't really work that way. So, you know, you can open them and enjoy it. Yeah. There's one of our Corver greens. And we're down to 45. That was at pity timer though, so we didn't really beat it. We want to beat the pity timer. We don't want to meet the pity timer. Just beat it. Beat it. All I care about are purples. Hey, there's a feat. Why? Why? If I were using him more, I wouldn't mind that feat. But oh my god, we're going all the way to the pity timer. There's our nether. Another core green. Down to 44. We should get at least 2 more epics, but I'd like to beat the pity timer and get 3. I just don't think the game's going to let me. No, we're too deep into this now. I mean, I'll take the epic contracts, but we're really chasing this right now. 43. Hey, oh, feet, Kent. God, we just got him. Another feat. Astarian. Ooh, outflank. Yeah, we'll take that. That's a good pushing feat for him. That's a good pushing feat for him. Another feat. Calyx damage all champions. Don't care. A lot of feats, folks. So the chance to get feats is only 1 in 25. That was way more feats than we should have been seeing. We were on a run there. Oh my god, really? Hitch, yeah, pull them all out of the... Look, we're pulling so many things that we don't care about out of the feats, but it gets them out of the draw pool at least. And there's our last pity timer. 42 Corver Greens. That's a master of piracy, so that's what we like. So let's go look at preload. Giggity. Jarlaxle at 5 epics. Ashara at 5 epics. Yeah. They're close. Close to getting removed from this list. Alright. Halfway there. Yeah, plenty of too much potion left almost, but we'll be fine. 349. All right, we need to throw down fire breath potions now. I could Elminster up enough for opening motor and chests, and now I'm pretending I didn't unlock him. That's a good idea. He's a lot of work. He's a lot of time. Would you use time gates to get Diana and the other speed champion you mentioned with starting with the last event? Having a lot of the absolute adversaries. So Eliwick and Diana go with everyone. So does Shandy. So yes, they're just solid overall pickups. I would, Shandy is better out of a time gate than Diana and Eliwick. Diana and Eliwick, you are going to want some gear on, but you do what you got to do. Get them how you get them. Eliwick is top priority. Pick up. So Diana is in a week and a half, like 9 days. Diana is coming up in the Great Modron March, I guess, is what people are saying. So Eliwick and Shandy then would be, like Eliwick would be the priority, Shandy would be the backup. Yeah, I went full pity timer across 30 chests. That was... I mean, we got epics. We just didn't get extra epics. Right. And I wanted extra epics. All right. Oh, those Merc patron chests we can open. No. Nope. There's a green for Spurt. Hey, oh my god, for Kent? We just got Kent. Oh my god. Really, game? Really? Really? Alright. Whittle still needs a green. Spurt now has green or better. We can open Spurt's chest now. Kent now is green or better. We can open Kent's chest now. It can't open Vi. So, Spurt. We really would like his ultimate increase item. Yes, increase ultimate. This is what we wanted an epic on. Awesome. That's his big item. All right, Kent. I really don't care here. Gaddick, thank you for the follow. Kent is a game progression champion. Like, the more you progress in the game, the better he gets. And so we're new. We can't really get him, you know, to the you know, max power. He's not super worried. You can play through the game with him as your DPS. It's just not. He's just not going to unlock his true potential until you've gone super far. But that's fine. You need those kind of champions too. I just want blacksmithing contracts on my chest or dropping bounties instead. It happens. Do you know what are the doors that just appeared on the top? This is a wardrobe, so it's most likely a skin vault. We were talking about that earlier. Vaults are basically think of a time gate, but for the shop. They're time gates for the shop, for buying stuff out of the shop. So stuff that's in wild offers, basically, they're giving you access to for a short period of time. All right, you mentioned contracts. Let me come over here. Ooh, we're kind of close. Do I want to use those? 292. Oh, yeah, no, that's fine. That might put us to 300. Did it? It did. We're at 300 in Eliwick. All right, I'm stopping there. Stopping there. Now we're going all in on Human. For a while. For a while. I don't know what item level we're shooting for, but we're going to be putting blacksmith contracts on him on for a while. And these, I'm popping right now. Clear out my inventory. Because all of that turns into event tokens for the next event, which is what I want. So, all right. Brave only makes sense to pick up with an event because it needs a lot of gear, so not good for a new player. That's not, I wouldn't say that, no, Lethavio. Briv is a good tank straight out the gate without any gear. He, even out of an event for newer players, or even early game and mid game players, he's not going to be a speed champion for you for a while. Whether a time gate or event, doesn't matter. And no matter how you pick him up, you're probably going to have to invest a lot of blacksmithing contracts in him to turn him into a speed champion at some point. That's a mid game thing, maybe even a late game thing. So when you're choosing Briv early on, you're picking him to be a solid beefy tank for you, or a tank option. Like right now I'm using Kalix in the front line, and he Calyx just goes, I'm not a tank, and the enemies will then run into Miria and Dragonbait, kind of how Calyx works. But that doesn't work if it's a one tank front line, then I kind of need to use Briv, right? So Briv can be a super beefy tank, but he cannot be a speed champion right out of the gate for you. He just cannot. Not how his speed effect works. And it doesn't matter if you get him out of a time gate or an event. He's not going to be a speed champion. He has a long-term build-up, so you can get him any way you want. So we've had Platinum Vaults, Golden Epic Vaults, Familiar Vaults, and now there's a Skin Vault. There's another type of vault we can think of before they start to repeat. I mean, I would hate it, but they could do feet vaults, right? I really hope they don't ever do that. I, for one, would love a pigment vault, but well, no, I wouldn't. I wouldn't really spend it. Well, I mean, I guess if they had small enough batches and I could spend some the platinum that I get from daily logins, I would do that. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, those are some of the main things, right? So, hey, looking writer. Is the cap of Diana's speed up animation speed at 400%? The phrasing on that was rough. We'll be right back. Caps at 400%. If you put the feats in, it caps faster. So you don't have to go so high on your item level. I will say that, and then hopefully that gives an answer to whatever you were trying to ask. Briv wouldn't be in your speed team. You'd want Calyx. Briv, like, here's the problem: if Briv doesn't have speeds to sprint stacks, then he's not going fast, so it doesn't matter. So Calyx is actually the better champion all the time for speed in C5. Briv is very specific situations. A Modron component vault where you could choose the pieces you want to buy? Whoa. They would never do that. Now a platinum Modron chest? How would that work? How would that work? I don't think that could work. Hey, we completed Relentless Peril. There was no effort there at all, really, folks. That was nice. This is what we like. Easy breezy cover girl. Now we need the Madness of Yinogu, which was in the same place. Again, no real restriction. I'm using the same team. Same team. Let's get the effects working. The only downside right now is no Eliwick. In Mert, so our gem gain is slowing down a little bit, but we're flying through it, so it's fine. But a pigment vault, I mean, yeah, I don't think they'd ever do a pigment vault. I don't think they'd ever do a Modron component vault. I don't think they'd ever do a feet vault. That just feels bad. I want things that are going to feel good, and I feel like the others are feel good vaults. I mean, as long as you get what you want out of it, it's not always going to be, not always going to get what you want or what you need. Yeah, I don't think they'll ever put in a pole vault. That's another statement we can make. Okay. Here we go. Let's go over here and let's look at what we can get now with our monies. Now, you always want to spend your influence when you're grinding a specific patron. You want to go local first. Because you're going to get a bigger buff from this side. And since you're doing that patron stuff, it's going to, that's what it's applying. Then you dump in, you spend some extra stuff efficiently. So I'm going to this is at 33, basically. This is 34. So I'm going to come up and try to find, I need to get a bunch more perks. This is why I think, because originally 5 tiers was all it was. And then they added a bunch more later. So I think this actually takes most of it. I'm just going to dump in here. Patron challenge rewards. I'm going to ignore this one. I'm going to overspend down here. Probably could have been more efficient. Okay. No, so we get a little bit into 6. Okay. Okay. There. Could have been more efficient with this. So you know what? Here's the thing about influence that's different from favor. You can reset your influence with no loss whatsoever. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that. And we're going to be a little more efficient about it. Because I thought maybe it was going to stop quicker than it did, and it didn't. So, let's take this up to 10. This is probably... yeah. Just trying to get this next tier opened up, right? There we go. So if we try to be a little, if I do what I should have done the first time, which was continue being more efficient. For 206. Stay with that pattern. It looks like it does. Yeah? Yeah, okay. We're just trying to get down to the 34, which is probably going to be all of these. Yep. Okay, and then we just alternate between these two. This technically is getting us this unlocked with the most potential influence left to put into our local. Stopped there. And then this one. Wow, that one was pricey. This is a gold find one, though. That's actually big. Now that we're in Avernus where, gold is harder to come by, we're still going to just efficient spend by throwing one up here. Yeah, so the next one, we might actually, all of these might actually get us through tier 7. I forgot. I was thinking tier 5. I think it's going to get us through tier 7. Now for the shop, we've opened up quite a bit more space, right? All the way down here to the familiar. I don't have the currency for it, but we can pick up a familiar here. We can also pick up Warden, and we're doing that first. New champ. Who dis? Now he has absolutely, and we're going to equip that. He has absolutely no gear. And we're out of Electrums. So, he's not going to have gear for a while. But, we're picking up those free champions on the way to unlock Zerial. There's a couple more of those chests. We're not going to open those right now. If I was more worried about familiars, like if I didn't have a decent number of familiars, I would have saved up and bought the familiar first. And I think that's probably the goal for most people. Is get the free familiar first, get your automation. I mean, not free, but, earnable instead of cash. Platinum would be no plain pieces, higher chance for epics. Here's the thing, though. Epics don't matter except for quads. Directed quads are all that matter. Well, directed pieces in general are all that matter, but directed quads are really the one that matter. Yeah, guaranteed directed quad in a platinum chest would probably make it worth it. Probably. Maybe the only thing that could. A contract vault? No, I don't think. Ocean Sphinx? No, that's not the cash. That feels more like a cash grab than an opportunity for people. Gino Berserk, I'm new to the game. Welcome to the game. Welcome to the community. Joined during last event, so I didn't have the opportunity to collect event tokens. We didn't have a lot, but it's fine. I'm collecting now, but I have no idea how I can spend them during the event. Well, when the event rolls around, again, this next event in 9 days, when you come into this shop and you go to the chest page, you'll see champions like this, but it's for the ones that you chose in the event. And when you click on them at the top, there's going to be a slider where you can buy chest packs or event tokens. That's what they're for. That's what they're for. And if you don't do it, like if you didn't do it during last event, you would have been earning tokens. It would have auto spent them on chests. It's just it would have chosen where they went instead of you. Platinum supply chests. Oh my god. Yeah, that's basically what I like. If you're saying contracts and potions and stuff, that's a supply chest, and that's T5 Cats 3-year anniversary. Happy anniversary. Is it? But 3-year anniversary of what? There's no contact of Twitch, of Idol Champions, of a relationship in real life. I have no idea. Of following my stream. I don't know. I don't know. I think it's of Idol Champions. I'm not at the bottom of chat yet. Did I request a second mod for Saturday? No. Oh, did they post the announcement? Is that why you asked that? Yeah. Saturday's gonna be fun. This Saturday, folks, it's gonna be a Gar Wars Guide to the Artemis Meta 2025. Did I maybe choose that last second just to mess with some people? Maybe. But hey, look, Artemis just got offered to a bunch of people that probably would like a little bit of a deeper dive. So. What, Noroi? We didn't need that. I'm not on a page where I can remove that. Hold on. That wasn't necessary. That wasn't necessary. That wasn't necessary. See, even that tells me that wasn't necessary. Why is this never... The people are like, it totally works when you do this. And I'm like, no, it doesn't. Why can I not? Why does it not do what everybody tells me it does? Oh well. So we're gonna just do custom. There. Just to delete all that. That phrase was not a thing we do here, right? But the only way I was trying to find just a delete for that comment and it won't let me. But Zapper Overload, you just set up your formation and set up your familiars to level your champions up, and then turn the game off or switch to a different party. It doesn't do that stuff when it's offline. Or you do what I do, and I just save my formation and then hit the formation load regularly while I'm watching it. Yeah, we'll get other patrons. So here's the thing. Right now, I was picking up patrons. I'm picking up champions, and they don't have any gear, but I can get like at least one champion per patron, I think. So that's going to help me get closer to what I need for Zariel to unlock Zariel as a patron. So I'm not worried about their gear. Sucks because it's going to eat up a lot of electrums, but get me to Zariel, and I want those. I want Zariel's Modron chest and time gate piece as well. People have told me unlocking a patron should be my first real goal. No. No. I don't understand. Like there are people in this community who talk shit. I'm just going to be real honest right now, folks. There are some people in this community that talk real shit about my guides, and then they tell people stuff like that. And I get so frustrated. Because can you imagine, for anybody who's decently far in this game, can you imagine someone saying, your first goal, like actual goal in the game is to unlock a patron? What? That's not a short, like you need short-term, medium-term, long-term goals. And so your first goal should be these short-term goals. And yes, you keep long-term goals in mind, but God, no. So no, it's not your first real goal. Me. Is there a good way to farm, spend, focus equipment item levels? Look, just play the game, spend your gems on gold chests, silver chests for a little bit, and then gold chests forever. Open those chests. They give duplicate item levels to your core and evergreen champions. It will get you item level. It will help you get to unlock Mert. He's the only one that cares about item levels. And then you're also going to get things called like blacksmith contracts. And you can put those on champions too to add item levels to them. You just don't want to do it on core and evergreen. You want to do it on event champions. I like to do it on certain speed champions. That's why I recommend picking up certain champions first, is because they make good targets for blacksmithing contracts. But please check my new player reference. I have started a new account every year for the 7.5 years I've been playing. I may have done a couple accounts in a year early on. And it was all about trying to figure out good starting flow over time. And I do it every year so that I can update things as they need updating for the current state of the game. Like I know now in the new player reference, I need to talk about the apothecary system, but I think I'm going to put that in like the items and consumables guide is probably the best place to put it instead of making its own. I don't know. Oh no, that stream's going to need mods, but why ever would you say that? I mean, everybody loves my Artemis commentary, right? I stick at stream. Hi folks, Artemis is a square hole. I wish I could play the square hole video on that stream. Try to use fly is frustrating. Yeah, just certainly you can be frustrated and you can express your frustration without talking about bestiality in chat. If I'm being straightforward and honest with you. Right? First goal in the game is to complete the tutorial, surely. Exactly. Right. But look, short-term, medium-term, long-term goals. I think most of the people giving bad advice haven't played the new content in literal years. Yeah. They also don't understand. I really feel like they don't understand what it takes to make a good guide. And I literally saw someone literally say, it's too bad nobody makes good guides for this game. And I'm like, what are you? They're like, if I had infinite time, I could make good guides for this game. And I'm like, okay, first off, that's the most ignorant statement I've ever heard, because any creative in the world will tell you that if you have infinite time, you'll actually never get anything done. Because you'll never finish. You'll be like, I can probably make it better. I could probably make it better over and over and over again, and it'll never get done. You know, and one of the best guides you can make is just a guide that you actually finish and post. Like, look, everybody can try it, and then you got to iterate on it. And this is where I really feel like I can tell when people have no experience making guides for games. They think you can just make an amazing guide the first time you ever make a guide. I have been making guides for video games since, like, regularly, consistently since 2008. It is not, you do not make your best guide the first time out. And you need to iterate on those guides. You need to go back and update them regularly to go back and look at it and go, oh God, and then find a better way to do it. And I do that. I've done that on stream. People have watched me go, ooh, why did I do that? Iteration. And that isn't me saying don't make guides. I actually would love if more people made guides. What I'm trying to say is you should withhold your judgment until you've done it. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Because any guy, any guide that's attempting to truly be helpful is better than no guide at all. Right. But there are definitely ways you need to explain things, and some guides explain things better than others. Some guides don't explain things very well at all. And some guides are targeted not for beginners, but for late game and beyond players, and that's fine. And then late game players only want those kind of guides. And it's like, just because that's what you want doesn't mean that what someone else makes, targeting a completely different group of people, isn't also a good guide. Usually the mods have to moderate the chat, not the streamer. I mean, yeah, but so I am the only Saturday stream, and I am the only reason that CNE people have to work on Saturdays. And there are times when, we just don't have tons of people in chat. We'll have a couple hundred people in chat. And in those times, like, do I really need somebody moderating there for me? Meh, it's nice. I like more when they're pulling questions. Because I like having questions stacked up for the top for when I get to the Q&A portion. For the tutorial shows. Back when you did GG2E, it was just like this. I was just answering questions, and that was fine. And until we had like 400 or 500 people in chat at once, I just did it myself. Yeah. Would CN ever do something like release champion variants as new champions? Like, so here's the example I would be like to do Rukia. Like, would they ever release Rukia as a nether champion instead of Caddy, like, which Rukia is Caddy Bree in a new incarnation? They could they gave her a skin. They gave her a Rukia skin, but But the Rukia skin doesn't make sense because Rukia isn't a fighter. Rukia is a wizard. Catti eventually becomes a wizard, is what I'm spoiling for you. Been out for years. I mean, I could, I don't know if they're ever going to do that, but I think they could, and if they did, it would need to be in the same seat. I think you could do it for Regis. Regis becomes Spider Paraffin. Paraffin. Catti becomes Rukia. But like Brunor's just Brunor when he reincarnates, and Wolfgar's just Wolfgar. I mean, they had a different name, but they end up being the exact same champion. So I don't know. I don't know how that would work for anyone else. Yeah. Because most people don't have like alternate forms. Like they literally got reincarnated and grew up all over again and lived new lives. With infinite time, we'd all just procrastinate playing even more video games. Let's be real. I feel attacked. I feel attacked. So does Lurky Rider, apparently. This weekend I was like, I put up a poll in my Discord about, hey, if I made a video game, because I've been threatening to do this for years. If I made a video game, would you want it to be like a cozy game, a turn-based RPG, a la like Final Fantasy, because I love that. I love that style. Or something else. And chat, the Discord said turn-based RPG. Pretty overwhelmingly. And so I actually have a list. All right, hold on. I shouldn't have asked. Because I actually have a list of games that I'd like to make that I've been like, oh, I could do this, and they're all set in my homebrew world. But the way I had it ordered was cozy game, RPG trilogy, cozy game, RPG, standalone RPG, RPG trilogy, horror suspense RPG. But I mean, we don't have to do it in chronological order. People go like that would be chronologically through time and to a certain degree. So if we start, I was like, well, so if we start with the first RPG trilogy, I was like, well, what do I really need to focus on in that? And then I got stuck on, because I love having, the way I've done this is I've broken them down with, I already know what the names of them all would be. And I know this because I've already put lots of thought in my head into all of these things. And all of them are built around a concept, like a word that is a concept that the game is trying to get across. And the way I like to find that kind of stuff is like musical inspiration. So I was listening to lots of music over the weekend. That was my procrastination. Instead of actually like sitting down and starting to write down story beats and stuff, I was just listening to lots of music that made sense for for each of those games. I didn't even stick to like the first one. I just started doing, hey, can I find more? I had some inspiration for most of them. I just started trying to find like more inspiration for all of them. Man, if I could come up with a whole playlist, I'd just play them while I worked on it. Anyway, I feel attacked. How many guides have these critics made? Oh, that's a good question, right? I wish people would go out and try to do stuff. We used to have more guide makers in this community. And people that, did things like made updated formation suggestions for every campaign and stuff, and like every time a new champion came in, and they've all stopped. They did it for a while and then they stopped. They stopped doing that, or they stopped playing the game, or they did both. And it's like, this ain't easy, and you take a lot of shit for it. And I feel like people get mad at me because I'm still around, and it's like, why? Why? or just, you know, be kind and withhold that kind of judgment, Tyler. I mean, there's a reason why my chat rules are like, you know, don't hate, educate, right? I try not to hate on people, but sometimes they just, you know, paint a target on them. Okay. I have a friend that has spent over 10,000 pounds on model railway stuff over the last 20 years, but he's never built a layout. Started pointing out that A, time's running out, B, the longer he leaves it, the harder it gets because he'll never be able to match the railway in his mind. Does link to what Gar's saying, I think. Oh, that's an... Your friend has ADHD. I'm just gonna... Look, I don't know them well enough to therapize them or give them an actual... They've totally got ADHD. A lot of time, look, there are a lot of people like us, I got ADHD, who enjoy the process of collecting things for a hobby more, but then we never get to the doing of the hobby. Like, we get great ideas and we get all the stuff together, and then something will happen, be the tiniest little thing that happens, and then we just never do it, and stuff just sits there. And you can enjoy, like, purchasing the things gives you joy more than, but you just never sit down and do the thing. And it has taken me a long time to train myself out of that behavior. And sometimes I slip up, like when I bought a bunch of Magic cards again, but I wasn't going to be playing Magic. Why did I buy them? Why did I buy them? What about a way to prestige evergreens for event level power? I don't think they ever want that. I mean, the infinite item levels you put on them is ridiculous, right? Just from buying gems and gem farming and stuff. That's more power than I think they ever wanted them to have in the first place. But the point of the game is for you to start out with the core champions and then switch to something else as quickly as possible. The champion that kind of unfortunately ended up being too strong. Like when they nerfed her, they didn't nerf her hard enough. They didn't actually nerf her. They just made it harder to get her power, and that's a Char. So yeah. I do wish the evergreens were stronger. I do, but like, well, you know, I guess prestige evergreens, they now include core with evergreens, but I don't think they're ever going to do anything like that for core. Evergreens, I think they've lumped them in with core because of the ridiculous item levels they get. It would be interesting. I think there's probably a space you could like think in for a bit about a way to prestige an actual evergreen, not a core champion, but the unlockables. And the moment you do, they get gear like event champions do, only out of patron chests. Really, just patron chests, because there wouldn't be time gates for them. That could be interesting. But I don't know that they want to invest the time into that when they could just create new champions. Is ultimately where that goes. No MMOs for me to make on my own? Hell no. Hell no. Point and click. See, here's there's a whole thing. Point and click cozy horror RPG with Dwarven Pirates. Point and click games need good art, and that costs money. In my opinion, they need good art. MB Mastodon, thank you for the follow. Like we just played through Elroy and the Aliens, and the art and the voiceovers and the animation, everything was wonderful. And I just don't art. But you can make like RPGs and cozy games with you know, some easily available tools that don't and art packs and stuff, and you know, be somewhere between like an 8-bit and a 16-bit style, have a fun game. I don't know that that goes for, I don't know that I would like a point and click game like that. Leva, my game's not working right now. Any known issues with the servers? Not that I know of. I mean, I'm playing on a server, so I don't think so. But I'm like, why are we slowing down here? I forgot to switch over to Firebirds Potion. So if you're having issues, you need to reach out to support. I am not support. Who's my favorite dwarf band? I don't know any dwarf bands. Uber Brax, I love your guys. It definitely helped me finish Bully for you, and I felt stuck on it forever. That one's, I love that puzzle. I think the key to that puzzle is when you recognize that you're the bullywug isn't, right? Yeah, I'm glad that helped you out. That's why I make guides. I'm not trying to be popular. I'm just trying to help people play a game that has issues, right? Because here's the thing. If a game has guides for it that you need to access, that game has issues. Because all games have issues, right? Guides help you get through, like, overcome those issues or understand systems that aren't, and those issues could just be systems aren't explained very well and the guide explains it better, right? That's all I'm trying to do. And I specifically target new players and the first time people interact with systems. Because there's always people that need that help. If you only make guides for end game players, you can do that. You absolutely can. But it's a smaller pool of players over time than, because a lot of people fall off and never get to the end game. It's a smaller pool of players over time. And helping people stick around in a community and a game is a big deal. So that the game doesn't shut down. I may have past trauma about games shutting down because the communities were horrible to each other and not helpful. Okay, Madcap Adventures Redux is next. Again, hey, look, we're gonna go in and all the same champions are gonna be available, and we're gonna be able to do the same thing. This is why I love these. This is why I love these. Get this going. This one's going to be a shorter run, right? 500, yeah. I think we're going to do 15 minutes and 3 smalls. People come to the internet for facts anymore. They come for something to be angry at. Some people. I don't like to overgeneralize. There's definitely... There is a, rage bait articles are a thing. Like getting eyes on your content has come down to, like, clickbait and rage bait gets the most interactions, and that's why we see so much of it. That doesn't mean that's all there is out there. You really have to heavily curate your experience. Yeah. Which I had done for a long time on a social media site, and then that social media site got purchased by a moron. And now it sucks. And so now I'm trying to recreate that curation over on Blue Sky. But not everybody moved, right? People went to different places, and that sucks. So, kind of starting all over again. The thin line between collector and hoarder, yeah. But I mean, hoarder isn't. Quarter doesn't have to mean I can't walk through my house. Also. So today's stream is just I feel attacked, but it's for all of us. Basically. Why is chat getting so real today? It's the cookies. It's called Magic the Gathering, not Magic the Doing. Yes, that is true. Am I going to use RPG Maker? I don't know. I have a couple copies of it. A couple different versions of it. I also have access to Game Maker. Windrose do a lot of dwarven metal music. I don't really want dwarven metal music. Not what I'm looking for with dwarven music. I want like working songs, like Diggy Dig Yole is a fantastic song. I know it's, you know, humorous and jokey, but that's a dwarven working song, and that's kind of what I'd be more into, but nobody makes that. Remember the good old times of Game Facts? I remember the good old times of the bundled physical guides that you could get when a video game came out. I know, what was the name? I can't remember the name of those guides. It's been so long. But it would come out when the game came out, and they'd just bundle it. And I was like, why would you, you know, they were just trying to sell them both at once, but I only want that if I can't get through the thing. But man, I grew up going, oh, those are so cool. I want to make those. And then they took away all the income from that. So here I am. Or didn't follow me on the expert. Evan also doesn't follow me on the Blue Skies. I don't follow lots of people, to be honest. So it's not a statement. Hold on, hydrate. Prima was one of them. Yeah, Prima guides. Yeah, I think there were a couple, but Prima became like the de facto. But then you also had, you know, like Nintendo Power was a marketing magazine. Truly, it wasn't really an independent magazine. But there was also like, you know, Game Informer and, you know, which was, and then there were a couple other that I liked. But yeah. They also had like the tip lines you could call back then, the 1-900 tip lines. Man, oh, but if I had lived in those days where I could make a living answering calls on a tip line about a video game while playing video games. Because there's like videos of like people answering tip lines, and the people answering tip lines are literally just sitting there playing some console game. Like, while answering phone calls on a headset. Oh, that's fantastic. I guess this is kind of similar to that, but but I don't get paid per minute or per call. $35 Electrum? Shit, I have no idea. Yeah. If you're killing stuff with click damage, does Balos gold roll ability do anything? If you're killing instantly, it never goes off. Because he has to land the debuff first. But if you're killing slowly and he gets the debuff off, then it should work. Should, but I haven't tested because that's not something I would look for with him if I were insta killing with clicks. And more Brady games, guys. I don't remember that one, but yeah, there were a lot of different ones. Just Prima, I think, just became the big marketed one. Yeah, if you could figure out how to repro that 35 Electrums, I could use them on this account. How many gems I got? 2,500. Let's go buy some more gold chests. Not the epics I'm looking for. There we go. We really beat the pity timer there. That's what we want to see. That's what we want to see. Speed potions too. Yeah, I'll take those. All right. We're getting closer, folks. 41. So at worst, that's 410 gold chests, which would be 205,000 gems, which feels like 4-ish weeks or less. Running the pity timers. Wait, no, 20-ish days. No, yes. 20 days, because 5 days, I think we can earn 50,000 gems in 5 days. So, 20-ish days or less of gameplay, which is going to be weeks. Hopefully we beat the pity timer more often. The reason I asked the Bayless gold rolls that I like to use gold champs like speed champs at the start of an adventure. Yeah, Baloth will not really help you there. Everything should be dying instantly, so he should never get his debuff off. You need champions that are that just straight up boost the gold find percentage that's at the top left up here, rather than somebody that has an on-hit effect. Okay, where are we going? 500. Let's do 5 minutes of fire breath. Finding out like the efficient values of potions is also a nice little thing you can kind of optimize your potion spending. I don't think you have to, but it does. I mean, in the days of the apothecary, now it's not as big a deal. It used to be worse when you just couldn't keep up potions. But now I can come over here and I can be like 30 to like 13 of these. Nah. Let's take that down to 5. Take this down to 5. How many? Hold on. How many were there? 32. So we're taking to 27. Let's take this down to 5. I'll put this at 10. I do use the gold fine ones more often. And all of this becomes fodder then for turning into speed potions. Yeah. Oh, fire breath. Let's go down to 10 of these. All right. Still, 2,195. Cool. One of the things I know I am going to do, based off how long this legendary speed potion has lasted, is I'm going to go ahead and make another one. Just now. But now I've got a bunch that are ready to go. A bunch of components, reagents that I can turn into more speed potion. And that's what I want. Actually, I do want probably some more of these at the moment. Like maybe give me 11 of those. Doesn't take a whole lot to make the smalls. Yeah. Because that legendary potion has just done so much work for us with its current functionality state, which honestly I kind of hope stays. Because the kind of investment you need to have a potion that would be run out in 24 hours. What if you only played 4 hours in those 24 hours? Like, was it worth it? But, you know, it'll probably get changed at some point. Legendaries work until party reset? No, it's 24 hours. It's supposed to be 24 hours, but I have had this one 24-hour potion going since I think last Tuesday. I think we started it last Tuesday. Didn't I? Or was it the Tuesday before last? This is what I'm wondering. Like, has it been going even longer? I think it's been going at least basically a week. Because I don't leave this party going constantly. So when I shut the game, I switch to a different party, and that this party isn't doing anything. So that potion isn't consuming itself. Oh, that's right. I did start just before the event ended because we used it to race through the Alindra pickup. So yeah, last Tuesday. So the potion isn't consuming itself, and I like that. Like if you're not in the party that's using it, it's not getting consumed. So yeah, we used it on Tuesday, and I thought it was just going to be okay. We're gonna get some use on Tuesday, and maybe if it extends a little bit, we'll get some use on Wednesday out of it. And instead, here we are on Monday of the following week, and it's still going, and it'll probably still be going tomorrow, and maybe all this week, and maybe all this week. So in that sense, it's a super great investment. Madness, Madcap Adventure, Archduke's Blessing. Okay, we're up here now. Okay, Archduke's Blessing before Extreme Heat, even though Extreme Heat's shorter. Okay, level everybody up. Anyone else have a Bork variant in Icewind Dale? Locked has no test showing the ward symbols are. I might have to put in a ticket. Something might have gotten really screwed up. But also remember, this isn't always enough just to restart the client. Sometimes you need to turn the client off, and then turn the platform you're playing on down. Steam or Epic. Like, turn it off too. Or if you're on Xbox, cycle off your Xbox or whatever, you know what I mean? And then bring everything back up again. And before you start the client, do like on PC and Steam or like PC, do the verify files first, just in case. Then start it back up again. And just to let you know, it's always going to find files that need to be verified. It always does. So that's not like the game was super screwing up. It just has something to do with the way Unity builds out for PC. I don't know. Always ends up finding files. All right, 600 this time. We're going to do doubles. We're going to do doubles. All right, we got a lot more influence. Let's go back over to Mert's perks. Here we go. And I ran out. So we're getting to the end of the line here. We're getting to the end of the line. Okay. This is the one that's basically now we're going to get through like 6 and we're going to get a little, wait, if we can get all the way through 7, that'd be great. But I think, if we can get this gold one maxed out, we'll be in a better place because this is global gold find. This one is just silly. Time gate silver chest drops have a 2% chance of being doubled. So it's a 50% chance of being doubled, but it's like, who cares? This one should have been golden gates, and time gate silver chest drops have a small percent, like an even small, like 0.5% chance or something to be a gold chest. That would have made it functional. Anyway, so now we've gotten this far and we've got a lot more currency. If I hadn't bought Warden, we'd have enough now to buy that familiar. But I didn't. Well, but we should end up with enough to buy this. I don't want any of the other stuff, if I'm being honest. I mean, this one down here, the accurate acrobatics, but we're not getting that far into the game. The rest of them I really don't care about. They're just not functionally useful, so I'm not going to waste my time on them. Like the feats and stuff. The potion of polish may be something that we pick up at some point, but none of the rest of the stuff matters to me. Any way to speed up getting all the epics for event champions? It really just comes. Oh, other than just working slow through all the events, yes, a patron chest and time gates plus events. Those are the 3 ways to get epics. Are we spending on patron chests over Modron chests? No, but you only need 7,500 tokens a week to buy your time gate piece in your Modron chest, and anything you're earning beyond that can go into patron chests. At some point, once you have all the champions, I mean, like I said, targeted time gates can help you get to full epic. So continuing to buy Modron or like time gate pieces can help you get there. Once you get full epic, there's no point to really buy time gate pieces anymore. Very specific question regarding blessings. So I like to purchase Corlon's final global, increase damage of all champions by 100% for each event or boon. But I'm getting the warning. I'm struggling to exceed E40 at gold by much and run. To wait to buy until it. I mean, if it's the last thing, I can't remember what Corlon's is. Is that why I'll be on the wish light? If it's the only thing you need, you can just ignore the warning and just buy it. But like, if there's a lot left, like in locals and stuff that you want to buy, like I wouldn't do that. But you're far enough in the game where you can override the warning if you want. It's just not. It's not recommended generally. Yeah. I don't know. So like, if you're only getting to like if it needs 5 E48, you need 5 E50. But you're only getting into the E49. So that tells me that you need either more pushing power or more gold find in your gold find group. Like hopefully you have a dirty farming group. or in a Zaka farming group or a Makos farming group, some kind of gold farming group. That's what's going to help you get there. But you need more power to get there. But if you just want to buy it, it's not going to be the worst thing in the world, as long as it's just that one thing. You're gonna earn less gold until the next time you do a run there. But if it's the last thing you really care about there, then it doesn't matter. Then it doesn't really matter. You can just buy it and move on. How far into time gate missions should you go to get the silver chest for the new person? Low hanging fruit, so I don't feel like you need to work on it. Whatever you can get easily without some huge grinding investment. And that just depends on you. Like early on for me, that was like maybe 200 levels. And this last time I just did time gates today, it was 500. It was super quick and easy for me to get 500. I probably could have pulled a few more, but how much would a few more silvers matter to me? Not necessarily enough for me to want to spend the like potions or time to do it. So you kind of got to figure that, make that determination out yourself. How much is a single silver chest worth to you if you're just trying to get one more? Right now I can buy 100 Elminster chests. I guess I'll get all epics on the new champion easily. Oh yeah. If you were full epic on everybody else, then you would only need 60 Elminster chests, or 54 Elminster chests. No, 60 Elminster chests at worst luck. That's kind of the power of Elminster late game is, but honestly, by the time you're there, usually you're getting new event champions, and you should be able to have the bounty contracts to full epic them. But if you're saving the bounty contracts to full epic the older champions, you can use the Elminster to epic. Full epic the new one. Whatever works for you. Whatever works best for you at that point. All right, we're on our second to last efficient patron variant. Gonna be 600 areas. What are we looking at? Gems are just... Gems really slow down when you don't have Eliwick in your party. Ugh, a single chest. What's the one? What's the wild offer? Monsters are people too. Yeah, no, I mean that's a good one. That is a good one. Bing, bing, bing. I mean, once you get to end game, I mean, if we're talking about contracts, once you get to end game, and you have a Briv gem farm going, saving your contracts for a year for Briv is the optimal play. But that's ridiculous. Can I just say that's a ridiculous situation to be in? It's a ridiculous situation to be in. I mean, you still want to pop enough contracts in an event to full epic your new champions. But again, like I just said, if you have enough patron currency, you don't even need the bounty contract, the event tokens for that. There's end game is a vastly different space than the rest of the game. You begin playing a completely different game, and the things that make sense for that are nowhere near what makes sense for any other stage of the game. Yeah, this is why I recommend not pushing deep in time gates. Lurking Rider says they pushed to 2,500 in the free time gate, which was not easy. It's not. That's 25 silver chests, though. But because they have the blessing, they got 40 silver chests. And opening all of those plus the 3 golds improved average item levels on that champion by 12. It's not worth it. At that point, you're not doing it for the item levels, right? This is why the whole concept of 100 item levels or 100 areas gives you a silver chest was kind of pointless from the beginning, and they never really took in that feedback, or they just did and they didn't care. They're fine with it being a silly mechanic. At that point, the favor is really what you're pushing that deep for, favor conversion. Yeah. You can't get shinies. You can't get feats. Feats only come from gold chests, regular gold chests. But shinies can come from any chest that drops gear. It's 1 in 1,000, regardless of the chest. So, but even if you're getting 40 from a time gate, I mean, the most you could get would be 50. So 40 was a good number. 50 is the max. That's if you flip tails on the coin every single time it drops a chest, you can end up with 50. I say tails because it's all about that booty, right? So, 50 would be the most, and you still wouldn't be getting item levels, and 50 isn't a lot. I mean, you'd need to do 20 time gates to hit 1,000, but there's no pity timer, so you wouldn't even be guaranteed a single shiny from 20 time gates done to max like that. It'd be closer to 25 time gates or 30. It's just not realistic for getting shinies. Most people, when they're in game and they're getting shinies, they're getting them from bounty contracts. People do that all the time now. Oh, the gold's got worth an extra 4 average, so it was 16 total. The 12 was just from 40 silvers. Okay, sorry. The 16, still not worth it. Oh, good. There's a tornado warning. I have to leave my meeting soon. Yeah, awesome. I just watched Twisters, the sequel to Twister, over the weekend. And I remembered while I was watching, I was like, yeah, when this movie came out, they showed it in what they call 4D, where they had, or whatever, and there was like the seats would shake. And then I watched that movie and I was like, they were giving people PTSD, because if you live like in Oklahoma, if you live in Oklahoma, that movie and then having like getting to a certain scene and having the seats shake. Nope. Nope. No, thank you. But that movie did do a good job of, one thing it does is it does a good job of showing how absolutely terrible tornadoes are and the destruction in their paths. It isn't very good at showing you how you could realistically survive through them. There were some good tips and advice, but every freaking movie is like, wrap your hand around something and hold on. It's like, that ain't gonna work. Twister was the first one. Twisters, plural, is the second one. It just came out last year. It's also why, like, it really highlights why I get mad every time I think about this, but any new building or public construction or anything, anytime something gets destroyed and needs to be rebuilt in Oklahoma, which is Tornado Alley, it should have a storm cellar. That should literally be a requirement in the building code. and be covered by like, you know, grant monies and stuff. Like, look, look, tornadoes come through here, folks. Don't kills me that like public, like schools, like there's so many schools that don't have storm shelters. Like, what happens? Like, all those kids are dead. A tornado comes through during a school day. Nobody cares. Kills me. Absolutely kills me. I remember earthquake and sense around. Yeah, no thanks. If you're from California, those kind of things, and like, oh yeah, let's do that. No. And I've both. I've been in earthquakes. I've been in tornadoes. Well, not in a tornado, but I've had a tornado jump my house when I was a kid. I get tornadoes. Yeah. No thanks. No thanks. Whoa, are you suggesting regulations might make sense sometimes? Yes. Can't say that these. I can say it. I can say it. They'll just disappear me at Gitmo or El Salvador. Been super lucky once a typhoon veered off last minute, and now I live just outside of a hurricane corridor. Yeah, that was rough. Yeah. That's rough. Yeah. Mm-mm. Watched Twister to drive it, and there was a really bad storm, kind of traumatic. I would imagine, yeah. I think the closest, so knock on wood, the closest a tornado's gotten here is, maybe it's like 6 to 8 blocks away, maybe a little further, about like within a mile. Within a mile. Because it touched down and took the roof off stuff across from the quick trip that I go to when I want to get like snack. That was a while back. When's the Oblivion playthrough? Not on this channel. I got games stacked up. I'm not joking, Beth Javu. I'm not. Like I said, if they're gonna get mad at me over saying that regulations are good, then they'll just disappear me. Welcome to America. Multiple kids, yeah. But we're not here to talk about that. Because I wasn't joking. It was just a straight up comment. It was honest. Then a tornado at school, windows turned black and water came into the doors. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I remember at school, this is why I say this. I remember being at school in Oklahoma as a kid, and they taught you two drills that were just silly. One was the duck and cover drill for nuclear bombs, which, but get under your desk. No, not gonna do anything. And the other was, get out of rooms with windows. So that one actually made more sense. But again, if they took the roof off, it wasn't going to matter. But we would get to the inside hallways, like the hallways between the classrooms, because our school had just a hallway through the middle, and all the classrooms are on the outside with windows. And that one made more sense. But still, if it ever hit directly, you were screwed. You were screwed. So everyone's in the hall kneeling down. Yeah, exactly. You get in the halls where there's no windows. Yeah, I mean it's the best thing. The best option you got is to be in the halls without the windows, but that doesn't mean it's good options. Like this house, there's no storm cellar here. But we do have one inner closet that's right on the other side, like a hall closet right on the other side of that wall. That's as close to safe as you could possibly get. And but yeah, there's no safe if it hits you directly. I'm not getting into what schools exist for. I'm not disagreeing with your argument. It's just this isn't the place to have those discussions. We got 110 areas of Archduke's Blessing left. And then we'll start the last one. I don't know if it'll finish today. Tomorrow we'll be doing Vajras. Same one, same 6 variants for Vajra. What you do when you get to this point in the game. A quick little mini patron grind. Where's a list of the champions who continue to accumulate various progress credits? I don't know if somebody's made like a guide for that. I didn't. All those perma-stackers, but yeah. There were never a ton of them, so I don't know that a specific guide ever got made for that. I didn't make it, but I don't remember seeing one talked about. Probably a list in the Discord, but I mean, you're talking like Zorbu, you're talking Nahara, Oragar, Dahani, Jang Sao, Certainty Drawn. Remember, I don't know. I just make notes in all their guides when they're like that. Yeah, getting your desk can help with falling debris, sure, but I mean, when if a nuclear bomb goes off, that's not gonna do a whole lot. A basement with 4 concrete walls and a door, no window, boarded up. Luckily, windows are rare in my tornadoes are rare in your province. Yeah, 100-year-old, 1-year-old is. I mean, look, the older ones people were smart. Like people built homes, like especially around here, like 100 years ago. They knew what was they built like a big house. They're gonna build a basement. You're gonna have a storm cellar. But like modern houses, just it's cheaper to not do it, so the builders didn't do it, and that's why it should have been in the code. Required it. But Death obviously says there's a post on Reddit that has all the perma-stacker scavenger champions listed. There you go. Rosie and Dark Urge, yeah, there you go. See, it's all in there. I don't know. At some point, I gotta make new guides. I was gonna make more new guides this year, and then it hasn't happened yet. There's a lot of year to go. It's only what, February? No, end of April. I grew up in Tornado Alley of Canada. Never saw a tornado. Lucky you. Wonderful to hear. Yeah. I have no idea 5-day 20. I don't pay attention to any of that stuff. I don't know. Like, people are talking shit about Indiana Jones right now, and stop it. Stop it. Look, if a nuclear bomb is going off and you have the option of just standing out in open space or getting in a super old refrigerator, look, if you want to stand there and take it, you go right ahead. But sometimes you're just gonna do what you gotta do. Plus, it's a movie. Come on, it's not a documentary. Movies require suspension of disbelief. Can't do that. Maybe don't do that. Go to the movies. I don't know. Tornadoes are family events. When you live near them, yeah, you grab all the kids and pets and head into a basement path. I mean, if you got a basement, fantastic. When the news tracks a tornado get within a couple miles, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, around here there is a tornado siren that goes off. It goes off every Wednesday at noon, every week, on purpose as a test. But also, you know, when when the weather service says, "Hey, not necessarily a tornado, but these are the conditions that could produce one," the siren goes off, and the warnings go out on your phones and everything. Um, and yeah, at that point, it's like, well, time to go stand in the closet, even if it's the middle of the night. Let me get up and go stand in the closet. But when I was living in the middle of nowhere as a kid, you didn't have that. And so, you know, I went to bed one night knowing that there were storms out. I mean, it was just, you do that. And then I woke up the next morning to find that our front window had been blown out, or blown in, I should say, uh, from the winds that accompanied the tornado that jumped the house. Because unlike white men, tornadoes can jump. Oh, there's a deep 80s cut. There's a deep 80s movie cut. Was that 80s or 90s? That was a deep cut. Uh, yeah, so farmers a long, long time ago made, uh, like when they would build their farmhouses, they would grade the land around it and put tornado jumps uh, out a ways away, and it's basically just a ramp. It's a ramp, so it's a different grade, and there's a ramp that comes up, and then it goes like this, and then the house gets put over here. And so we had a farm across the street, and the tornado hit the tornado jump and bounced and jumped the house, jumped the farmhouse, our houses, some of the ones behind us, and then landed further back, and it did some solid damage. Grizzled and Bold pulling out that quote. Which movie? White Men Can't Jump. It's literally the name of the movie. It's a basketball movie. Uh, it's a basketball movie. All right, we got to go 575. I'm throwing down a double of these again. I forgot to do the fire breath potion. That's why we slowed down a bit. Idle champions that persist through resets. Oh, that's a horrible title. No wonder. No wonder no one can find that guide. Didn't see it back then or since. I mean, That's fine. I remember seeing it. I don't know that I remember. I mean, it was what? It was Woody Harrelson and Wesley. Was it Wesley Snipes? No, couldn't have been. Oh, they made a remake in 2023. Wow, it was Wesley Snipes, wasn't it? It was. It was Woody Harrelson and Wesley Snipes with Rosie Perez. I was right. Oh my god, I can't believe I got that right. But yeah, there's a second one. Came out in 2023. I did not see that one. I mean, it was an entertaining movie, but it isn't like some masterpiece that that you gotta go back and watch or something. I see news footage of villages that become islands during floods. I mean, look, there's my mom jokes, but our off the back of our backyard, it like we abut up to a university, and they have their drainage area through there, like from rains, and when it really comes down, she jokes, I want to go see if we have a lake for our property, and because there is basically it becomes a lake. It can't move enough water fast enough when it's really bad. But it's never come all the way up to, I mean, they built it right. It's never come all the way up to our backyard. It's doing its job. Thousand gems. Man, I will be glad when we can get Eliwick back in our party. This is rough. Okay, what else can we buy now for perks? Boom. Finish that off. Probably not a lot. Probably not a lot. Reduce the gold required to level up champions. This is the silliest thing. But sure. Still gonna spend efficiently because I don't really care. There we go. So the next one should finish off this, and then I'll probably try to pump a bunch into the, honestly. Well, after this, we're going to reset because we don't care about, once we're done with this mini grind, we won't care about locals. We'll only care about globals. So we'll do this in reverse, and we'll put more onto this right side from the left side. But while you're doing them, you want to pump into local more than global. And when you switch to a different patron, then you move them all over. That's why I recommend doing just like all of Mert's first, and then all of Vajra's second, and then all of Strahd's third, and then all of Zariel's fourth, because, you know, in the order I have them listed in the guide, because helpful. Because then you can move, then you don't have to constantly be swapping back and forth between your perk setups. All right. And do you think it posted since we started? So I think we were talking earlier. I think Friday we finished Elroy and the Aliens. We started in on the Dave the Diver Ichiban's Holiday expansion, like DLC. I think we've got a little more work to do on that Friday. And then we're going to play a new game that's just coming out this week. Like an indie game. That I was sent a key for, so we're going to try it out. Otherwise, we got Wednesday will be a content drop, but it won't really affect this account because probably just going to be a bunch of variants. And, and for campaigns we're not even on. Maybe the notary will drop this week. I mean, they did patch in. Says added tech to support the upcoming notary feature. Hopefully that patches in on Wednesday, but I don't know that really affects this account either. We'll see. I think the apothecary was the biggest thing for new players, but we'll see what happens. Yeah. So we knocked out all the Mert stuff today. We're gonna start in on Vajra's, or we will have knocked out all the Mert stuff today. We'll dive into Vajra's stuff and then Strahd's. Those are 53,000. We could get that familiar right now. I did it. I did it, chat. I did it. Oh, I forgot to have Bruno in the background party today because I had that bug. I was like, I didn't want to switch parties, but that's costing us some gems today. Oh well. Unrealized gems today. So I got nothing. But that's fine. We're gonna complete this and get a bunch more coins. It'll be fine. And I'm not gonna be buying patron chests until we're full epic on our Corver Greens anyway. With Vajra, we'll be able to pick up a Modron component chest. We could unlock Chihira as a champion. And again, the same thing. And we can get another familiar. Conjured Spider. Yeah. Those are the goals. None of the rest of the stuff's going to matter. With Strahd, when we get around to Strahd stuff, again, we can unlock Regis as a champion. We can unlock Krond as a champion, and we can get a familiar. So we can get 2 champions and a familiar that we don't have from Strahd. So that'd be 3 more champions. We're at 45. That puts us at 48. Wow. And then the natural time gate weekend will put us at 49. And then we should end up like Monday at the latest. Monday would be the manual time gate, which puts us at 60, unlocking Zariel, or 50, unlocking Zariel. And then we do this grind again with Zariel. Right, and we'll have the 4 main patrons done and grinded out. Phrasing. for the start of the event, but what that means we'll also have a lot of patron power we didn't have in past events. And we will have a shot at a better shot at tier 3 completions. Like just trying to clear area 1000. We were not able to do that. And I think we might this time around. It's only got a level 3 Mojang core, which is rough. On the fast core. Even with all this grinding. Well, I don't know, active. I've got 2 extra familiars here. Even if I took this one off, that would be 3. I would need 7 more. I'm not going to get 7 more. I'm going to get 3 more. So we still won't be able to fully automate a main party. But what it's going to do is it's going to allow us to put more champions in a background party for automation. So we can park like scavengers back there and let them automate. Yeah. Jahira, game changer or something. Jahira's neat. She's a really solid support and DPS option. I didn't find any of the patron champions particularly useful, just bench fillers. I mean, they all have their place. Warden is a great debuffer. I wouldn't use him as a DPS, but Warden is a fantastic debuffer, always has been. What was the other one? Regis. Regis has an interesting debuff. But he's a member of the Companions of the Hall, so if you're trying to build a formation around Dritz, you want Regis. Who else did I say? Jahira. Jahira, again, super solid DPS and support option. And Krond. Krond, before Cass came out, Krond was the heavy hitter in 6 for DPS. But Cass is Krond 2.0. So Krond can be real strong. But Cass now is better than Krond. So Krond now is relegated to seat filler if you already have Cass, because Cass does what Krond does, but does it better. How do you unlock Elminster? 250 variants done, that's going to be the easy part. 100 champions unlocked, that's going to take a while. But then you also need 100,000 of every other, or 100,000 gems, and 10,000 of all 4 other patrons' currency. Elminster isn't a patron you race to. You race to the first 3. You try to get the first 3. And then you just... Elminster will just happen whenever Elminster happens. Because really, by the time you get him, you don't need the time gate piece. Not really. I mean, you'll still have, you'll only have, 2/3 of the champions. So, I mean, you'll still be like, it's still helpful. But it's not as helpful as when you got the rest of these. And then you'll get another Mojang component chest. But he wants you going so hard. His minimum area completion, even for like Sword Coast, the very first variant, 825. You have to go hard on Elminster. Giggity. We might get Rhea from Zerial instead of Avernus. I don't think that works. You can't get an Evergreen that way. Yeah, you just get the outfit. You have to actually do the unlock. I don't even know if I'll go after Rhea. Because we've been accruing champions, like Rhea was on the to-do list, but then we got Vi and Spurt for free. So because we've been accruing champions from all these giveaways, we've gotten to dodge out of Waterdeep like almost completely. I did 15 adventures there to qualify for Vajra, but then we never went back. And then we came here, and and now I don't even really have to do the Rhea unlock if I don't want to. We can just skip it and go to Icewind Dale. After we do this patron grind, we could just skip it and go to Icewind Dale if we wanted. Snowboarding. Get out of the heat. Go snowboarding. You think they'll add another patron? No. I think Elminster's it. I don't know that there's a more end game patron than Elminster. Like, he basically sums up end game. So, yeah. If they could add more background parties, it'd be great. The problem is they can't even add the background parties they want because of performance issues on certain platforms. But I was a big proponent of having a background party per patron. And so you could do stuff in your active party, and then all your background parties could be doing patron stuff, but they can't make that happen. So it just kills the performance too much. Riches on your gold find team is a flat gold finder. Yeah, I mean, he's okay. There's better in 2 now. You got Merylwyn in 2 as a flat gold finder that's better than Regis. But yeah. Somehand's current item description for his slot 2 item chron will soon be chron 3 chrono? I don't know what that means. I think they may add a new tier of perks for the existing patrons. They could. I mean, they've slowly added to this to 11, but here's the problem. You can only barely get these completed right now. Like, it's only been within like the last 6 months that you could max out tier 11. So I don't think it would happen anytime soon. Hence slot 2 item currently says it buffs a chron ability doesn't exist. Why would Mahen's item buff a chron ability? That sounds like a database issue. I mean, could it be a chron has been reworked? Could it be an OG copy paste issue? Chron has been reworked heavily already. It isn't? Okay. I don't know. Seems weird to rework Chron when Cass, I mean, I don't know. Cass already exists in his slot, and Chron does fine just the way he is. Perks are hard to finish as it is. I'm struggling to find variants that matter for the last 2 perks. I mean, it's to get all of them, all of the perks currently, you have to do a bunch of stuff. It's the highest difficulty variants, and as they add more high area goal variants, that makes it easier to finish without having to grind out every last variant. But you're basically on track to get them all right now. You're basically on track to do everything. Chron is being reworked or has been reworked? Chron has been reworked. Monastic's saying it based off a bad copy paste, it looks like they might be getting another one. That just feels weird to me, but that doesn't mean it's not happening. But Chron, so OG Chron was so bad that when they reworked him, like the community gave him so much shit that when they reworked him, they actually broke the 4th wall, and that said that Chron was so upset by being bullied by the community that he hit the gym and changed his alignment to evil because he hated everybody now. And that's how we got the current Chron. It's kind of funny. Kind of funny. So the current Krond is as like a reference to what, you know, what happens when you bully someone like incessantly. He might become bad. So maybe you shouldn't do that. Still have the favor for variants and Turn of Fortune's Wheel. I mean, do you need them? Do you need the favor? I don't know. I haven't done variants in Turn of Fortune's Wheel in a while, but let's be honest. When Turn of Fortune's Wheel came out, while I couldn't earn a lot of favor, I could do everything that was available. Because you're not relying on gold there, you're relying on account power. So I guess if you don't have the account power, the favor, you know, you're not going to get the favor, and vice versa. But yeah. Cass just needs everyone with high strength and all evil. Well, you don't have to have high strength. You're either high strength or evil. And then he likes undead. But he can turn everybody undead. And he even has a spec that can make people adjacent to him evil. So he's a much more flexible version of Krond. Krond just wants high strength or evil. He doesn't care about the undead. And he can't create any of it. So Cass is Krond 2.0. It's kind of like Daub is Paulton 2.0. If you look at Daub's kit and you look at Paulton's kit, you'll see it's basically Paulton's kit, but better. Does he work well with Baloth? Baloth kind of works counter to him. I mean, you can use him with Baloth because Baloth's evil, but it's going to slow down the ability to trigger the undead part. But that's fine because you actually want to go as far as possible with Cass without anybody dying. So it can be somewhat helpful for that. Oh, gosh. We are not... we need to do this. I know what the problem is. I never hit click damage. God dang it. There we go. I keep forgetting to turn the click damage, the fire breath potion on. So, I mean, Baloth can help Cass because he wants to go as far as possible without anybody dying as one of his stacking mechanics. And then when you can't go any further without somebody dying, then he wants everyone dead. Well, he wants like one person at a time dead to see if you can progress, but yeah, it's a whole weird thing. Okay, that's it. We did every variant that we had already done. We done the base version off for Mert. So Mert is done. We're going to reset this, and I'm going to build it up this way instead. So now that I'm done with Mert for now, I know we're going to go down through this multiple tiers, so I'm just going to go ahead and throw lots into this through the first 3 tiers. And then I'll be more specific as we go on. Okay. So now I want to lean more heavily into the right-hand side. So challenge accepted is done. There's a good one right up here. The tier 2 global is actually huge for Briv. Anybody who's picked up Briv increases healing received by tank champions by 50%. So if you max this out and use Briv's go with the flow spec, Briv will heal 100% of the damage he takes over 10 hits or 10 seconds, which boosts his survivability a lot, right? Obviously. Okay, now we need to... we need like 36 more. Wow. We're probably going to go to at least there. Oh yeah, probably only 15. I'm going to slow down a little bit. Oh no, it's going to take all of it. All right. Okay, and then we're going to go over here. This is all gold found everywhere. God, I couldn't max it out. Dang it. Okay. So all of those doesn't quite max out tier 6. But we're going to dip our toes into tier 7. So I do want to be a little more efficient now. Make sure I'm doing this. 49. What? This is how you know this was... They thought they were done with these, and then they decided to add more. Way later. Look at that. The clicks aren't even rotating correctly. I mean, it's probably all of them, right? Yeah, because then they want like a bunch here. We can't even get there. Okay. All right, so this is as far as we can get. We can max out tier 5. We're dipped into tier 6. We've got some good gold. We've got some of this. Yeah, I'm actually glad. I don't care about silver gates at all. That's going to be everything. We won't do more. Like, there's a couple. I think there's at least one, but I think there's 2 in Icewind Dale. That'll help us out. But we're done with Mert for a while. So in the shop, we got 15,000 coins. So we've got enough for a couple weeks of like 2 weeks of time gate pieces and Modrug opponent chests. But then challenges will be filling up, getting us extra currency for that. So the next up would be Vajra. We just hot swap over to Vajra. And we do the same list, and we'd start with Ragadraga's crew, right? Which we're going to go ahead and just dive into. So we have different people available here. Oh, we want all of these. Oh no. Do we have Eliwick? Yes. Okay, so now I feel better because we have Eliwick. I don't feel great, but I feel better. Okay. And then we got like this. Oh, this should probably be like this. This should be like this, and these should be there. And then I need somebody to love. No. To support in the back. So Halson will go here. Cadibri will go in the back. All right, so this is what our formation is going to look like for Vajra with this setup. X. M's, please. Shoot through them all. This is where we would start looking now at like our speed champions. Do they have gem-based feats that would qualify them for the patrons we're doing? This is when that starts to matter. Because again, speeding through patron stuff is super nice. So, and you're going to be needing to do it, forever. So, making the investment now helps you now and helps you then. Is this live? Yes. No, it's Memorex. No, I'm live right now. I don't do pre-recorded shows on this channel. Yet. I actually thought about it. I've thought about doing reruns when I'm not live. Pause for a while? I guess it didn't pause. There's no pause on Twitch. If you hit pause, it doesn't stop. Like, it doesn't stop and then give you a video like on YouTube or something. It just stops showing it to you. And when you hit go again, it takes you to whatever's live. All right, Javu. Stay safe. Don't speed, but also stay safe in the weather. Okay, let's go. We're doing click damage down here. This is going to be start, and it's going at 1 now. And we're going 575, so 30 minutes of speed potions. It'll finish probably after the stream ends. All right. I can barely swap soft cap after swapping in my gold fight. I mean, if you're soft capping, then that's all the favorite. Then you've gotten all the power you're really getting out of it. Honestly. But really, in Turn of Fortune's Wheel, if that's what we're still talking about, it's all about overall account power. It's like Paulton or Xander may have a bitter transformation. Xander already transformed. He will not transform again. And I don't know that Paulton will ever get a rework. I feel like if he was going to get a rework, he would have had it by now. But who knows? Use Balos ability buff with Cass's undead buff. Yeah, it's just, there's a weird interaction there, but yes, it's just going to make stacking up like Jin stacking. I think is what you're talking about. It's going to be interesting, but yeah. Technically you can. All right, Jules, thanks for hanging out. Why in the world is there a pause button? I don't know. That's not a question for me. That's a question for Twitch. Can I break a glass with my voice? I don't think so. But yeah, that's what it means. It should be a stop button because it literally means I'm going to stop downloading the data for this stream until I come back and hit play again, and then and it's basically then just going to jump to live. Yeah. If you want to go back and watch the stuff you missed, the VOD is available right now. You could just switch to videos and go watch the VOD. Or you can start it after this is over with. Lots of people watch the VODs. Hi to everybody watching the VODs. The VODs get lots of views. The VODs get more views than my live streams. But look, I get it. Look, I'm only live for what? 4 or 5 hours out of the day, and there's another, it's 17, 18, I don't know, 8 to 5, 19 to 20 hours of the day where I'm not live. There's a lot more. There's a lot more time there for people to watch in. I get it. But if you're watching on the VOD and you haven't followed, that'd be cool. Or if you've got a free Prime sub, or you just want a sub, that's great too. I've got other ways to support too. Been watching on YouTube. The YouTubes are way behind on purpose. I delay the posting to the YouTube. It's actually fairly quick if you're a YouTube. What is there? It's not subscriptions, it's memberships. But I have it on delayed release for just the general public. But the moment I upload it, it's available if you're a member on YouTube. Gordon Kingshield, thank you for the follow. Yeah. Easy solution, never stop streaming. Yeah. Is it live or is it Memorex famous out of Ella Fitzgerald break? That's not the... Oh, I don't know that one. Live or Memorex in the US. Maybe that was a EU thing? In the US it was a different ad. I don't remember the Ella Fitzgerald one. Also, you stream primarily during office hours for a lot of North America. I'm aware. Look, these are my office hours. These are my office hours. But yeah, I have considered doing reruns, but I don't really know what that would look like. Also, I feel like I have to do that. I have to have those on my computer. I don't know. I don't really want to get into it. People can watch VODs. In Steam, you're doing reruns like 24/7. That's Codename Entertainment. That is their Steam page for Idle Champions, and I specifically recorded a video for them that they requested, and paid me for, to do Garwar, like a quick introduction stream. It was like around 30 minutes that they could rebroadcast over and over on Steam. Yeah. So that was the first time I ever tried to just like create something that would fit into 30 minutes. That's not usually I'm doing hours, and And sometimes we're going long. Most of the time we're going long. But that one I was like, I gotta get a tight 30 minutes. Yeah. How many gems? See, now we're at 1,700 already. That's not a equivalent time measurement, but that's okay. Let's see what we're getting from some of our last gold chests of the day. Man, all the way to the pity timer again. All the way to the pity timer again. Sad. All right, these are going on. Human. But what we really want is this one, this rock pile, to have a good solid number, but we're probably just going to shoot to try to get, you know, I mean, Diana's done. Eliwick at 300 is solid. We got 2 gem cards, 146. Oh, well, there's a fate thrown in, so it's throwing our numbers up. But we're doing good, and what we really want is Eliwick's deck of many things feat, but it comes out of gold chests. So we're kind of just gotta get lucky with that one. I mean, we could keep going on Eliwick, because what we want to get is every card is 100%. That's what we want. Dusty Monk, thank you for the follow. But for now, I think it's better. We've gotten her up a ways. I think it's better to speed up our progress with whom. So getting what we're trying to shoot for here is carefully balanced. We want this number as high as possible. So it's 18.34% for each champion adjacent. We want to get lots of this. It can go. We basically want to cap it. We want to cap the item out. In fact, I have a shiny potion, and I'm going to use it on Human for the rock pile, taking our cap from 2501 to 1615. And when we get it epic, it'll come down even lower. So that was worth it. I have a potion of the Gem Hunter. When did I get that? I think after we do the patron grind, maybe we pop this. Well, actually, we could do it right now. I'm going to do it tomorrow. Somebody remind me to do that tomorrow. Pig mints. Mints, but for pigs. We're gonna put some of these around here. On the pushing champions. Caddy Bree's gonna be one. She's gonna be a pushing champion. Push it. Push it real good. Dragon bait will probably get used that way. Is that good for now? Not Gale? Oh, it's probably good for the moment. I got one more, though. We'll hold on to it. We'll hold on to it. Did I buy the 2 feats for Human? We have not saved up that kind of money yet, or gems yet. I have the 40% carefully balanced. I do not have the 80% yet. Because we are doing patron variants, I don't think I can hit 50k gems a week, or in 5 days or less, because we're not getting the rewards off regular adventures and stuff. Oh, the 10% game speed. Yeah, we have that one. Yeah, man. The 12.5k ones we've gotten all, but I've also picked up a couple of the 50k ones. We're on to the 50k level of beats. Purchasing. Roughly halfway to my cube familiar. Will be my fourth during the stream, wearing gems at a slightly different pace. Yeah. Yeah. I also just, I know. I'm not, I have enough familiars that I don't need to worry about that. So. But the early ones are much easier to get. All right. I'm just going to level these up. This is going to cruise. I don't think it's going to be an issue where actually I can take this familiar off. Put it here and pop click damage, and it will finish itself while I go to dinner. Tonight's dinner is breakfast. We're having eggs and sausage and biscuits, hash browns. Sometimes you do things backwards. And that's okay. All right, folks. Tomorrow we will come back and we will start doing more Vajra stuff. More Vajra stuff. Yeah, so tomorrow Vajra. Feel like we can get through all the Vajra stuff tomorrow, and then we'll start Strahd's patron set. So we're doing these same 6 variants. And that'll be Wednesday tomorrow. So today, tomorrow, Wednesday. I don't know what anything that we need to wrap up on Thursday. And but we won't have Zariel on Thursday. Yeah. So probably diving, if we leave here, we'll go to Icewind Dale next. I don't think we'll stay and do Rhea. I think we're just going to go to Icewind Dale. Which means, some favor pushing in Icewind Dale. And then next Monday should be unlocking Zariel. And once we unlock Zariel, we come back to Hell and we do these 6 patron variants again. So get used to these variants because we're doing them for like a week. But that's the best. It's great. I mean, like I said, we just got a ton of bonuses. I mean, they're small bonuses, but they all matter. We got a new familiar. We got a new champion. Yeah. Anyway, thanks for hanging out. I will see you all tomorrow. Bye, everybody.